In the beginning was the Word, and when the Word came from the heart, the Word became poetry. Welcome to the 2025 Mega Corazón Poetry Marathon. We have assembled a group of 17 poets, over 100 poems for you to enjoy. Listen carefully as they bring honesty, insight, emotion, and clarity of vision into this world in which we live. Thank you very much for supporting Mega Corazón. We look forward to your impressions and comments. Events at urban15.org. Thank you. Enjoy Mega Corazón.
Hello. I'm going to do a poem that I think is pretty timely. It's called Because We Can No Longer Afford Breakfast Tacos with Eggs. Order bean and cheese, or chorizo and bean, or chorizo con papa, or papa ranchera, or papa con bacon, or sausage ranchero, or chicharrón en salsa, or barbacoa, but only if it's Saturday or Sunday. Or just avocado if you're in Austin, or just bacon if you're in denial, or pork chop, no, for real, try it, or brisket, Garcia's, or maybe even Bill Miller, unless there's no one to take your order at the window, or a server, or a cashier, or a carpenter, or a plumber, or an x-ray tech, or a nurse, or a mechanic, or a dental assistant, or a dentist, or a doctor, or a lawyer, or an accountant, or a teacher, or your tío, or your tía, your madrina, your cousin, your sister, your brother, or your dad, or your mom, or anyone left that doesn't look like you, or only people that look like you, then cook for yourself. Save your money. Eat alone.
I'm Carmen Tafolla, and I'm delighted to be here with Mega Corazón, with poets who are speaking the truth. Because speaking out is very important in our world. It has been for all of the civilizations that we have encountered. It's when people speak up that things get better. It's when people grow apathetic or don't care or think their voice doesn't matter that things begin to crumble. The poems I'm going to read today are from a book called Warrior Girl, about a young woman who realizes at the age of 12 that her voice has been silenced, that someone has tried to change her name, make her embarrassed of her culture, disappear her history entirely, negate her language, and just shut her up. And so she goes through a period of reviewing her life, thinking about what happened in first grade and second grade and third grade, and what happened when her father was deported the first time and then came back, and then when her father gets deported again. So this is her struggle. I'm going to read different poems from the book. And her name is Celina Teresa Guerrera Amaya. And this is her story. Life slapped her hard hand. I felt like life had slapped her hard hand right over my mouth and tried to shut me up. Tried to keep me from being me. keep me from even my song, even my name. Yeah, she tried to shut me up, and for a little while, she did. How I got my name. So, when I was born, my mom said, "Ay, qué preciosa. I want to name her Selena." But my dad said, "I want to name her after your mama, Teresa." And Mom nodded kinda and said, "We'll name her Selena Teresa, and we could call her Tere around the house so Grandma can know how much we love her." And they did. And everything was good with my name except for one thing. My dad's last name is Guerrero, and my mom's is Amaya, and the nurse got confused when she saw all those names. Selena, Teresa, Guerrero, Amaya. I don't think 4 is too many names, but I guess the nurse did. So she wrote down Guerrera with an A at the end of the name instead of an O, and she forgot the Amaya completely. No one noticed right away because they were too busy oohing and eyeing over me. Then the birth certificate came in the mail, and they noticed it, and Dad just laughed and said, "Well, Guerrera means a woman warrior. I bet she'll be brave and strong and fight for justicia." And then he said, "We could get it fixed later, maybe." And Mom repeated, "Maybe." Then the very next month, they deported my dad back to Mexico for not having the right papers. Funny how papers can be so right and so wrong, and can even mean more than people do in some folks' eyes. She lives, when she turns 12, the family decides to move to San Antonio to live with Grandma. And she's delighted because Grandma has always taught her a lot. This is one of the poems about what Grandma taught her. And another poem about her analysis of how their family situation was made more difficult. My Grandma Tere taught me. One of the things my Grandma Tere taught me was how to make a fiesta out of every day. Every day she would whisper, "Today is a celebration. It's the feast of San Fulano de Tal." And she would tell me the name of the saint for that day, or the celebration for that day, or the reason we should be happy that day. "Es el día del mariachi." So we'd listen to mariachi music. "Es el día del chef." So we'd cook something special and exotic. "Es el día de la risa." So we'd spend the day laughing and joking. Now I know why Tere is just as strong a warrior name as Guerrera. Because when you're celebrating, when you find a reason to be happy, a reason to sing or dance or paint or play or laugh or write, they haven't taken everything away from you. Because he had no papers. Because he had no papers, my dad could only get the temporary jobs, the ones that didn't pay enough, the ones where he had to work long hours, the ones that disappeared from day to day in 1 hour with no warning. So we would move and move and move. Sometimes he worked picking oranges. Sometimes he worked building houses. Sometimes he worked on chicken farms. Sometimes he worked pouring concrete sidewalks. But each night he came back to me and asked, "How was school?" And if I was already asleep, he'd just kiss me on the head. Tough things begin to happen, and Selena Teresa hears them on the news and in the way people treat her at school and in the things she begins to notice happening around her. This next poem is called Sacred and Good. It's a little example of how our populations of human beings for centuries have learned how to make sacred and good out of tough things. Grandma's making homemade flour tortillas, and I can smell papa con huevo on the stove. This usually makes me happy, but I must be looking sad, because Grandma asks, ¿Qué te pasa? What's bothering you, mija? It's what I saw on TV last night, I tell her. People shouting at the camera, shouting about Mexicans. They don't know better, mija. Some of them are just repeating things they've heard, and just because someone says something doesn't mean it's true. But it's not just them, Grandma. Even some kids at school repeat this stuff. They talk about asylum seekers like they're criminals, not people seeking freedom. They say Mexicans try to come here for a free ride. But we work so hard, Grandma, and I don't see any free rides. And it's not just Mexicans seeking asylum. This is all wrong. Grandma hands me the warm papa con huevo taco and a cup of hot chocolate and says, remember, just because people say things doesn't make them true. Remember, use your shield to keep ugly words away from you. Then she puts her arms around my shoulders, makes this blessing sign on my forehead again and again, and tells me, you are valuable. You are important. You come from cariño and courage and creativity. You come from love, child of the universe, sacred and good, sacred and good. And finally, I feel strong, really strong again. Things happen at school that are not what she expects to happen. This one is called Erased and Ignored. So there's this teacher who always pronounces my last name Gura, even though I tell her it's Guerrera. And she never pays attention to Chato when he raises his hand to ask for help in math. So today, I was standing in front of the lockers getting my notebook for afternoon class, and some loud girl at a nearby locker was cussing out her friend. And she was threatening, I'll hit you so hard they'll take you to the hospital if you're still alive. Math teacher, she hears the commotions and comes running out toward me. She's shouting, young lady, you stop that behavior immediately. Before I can say anything, she's on the walkie-talkie to the principal's office telling him, we got a fight in the northwest hallway by room 207. And when me and Liz and Chato try to tell her it wasn't me, she ignores us. Loud girl keeps laughing and points a finger at me, saying, yeah, ma'am, I bet Mexican girl was gonna put a knife on me. And math teacher keeps looking at me like I'm the criminal. But it was her shouting, I tried to explain again and again. This teacher doesn't hear me at all. Clean cut. So math teacher is still holding on to me when another teacher starts running towards us, all out of breath and gasps, that girl over there was the one shouting, not the one you're holding. And math teacher lets go of me with a blank look on her face and just says, oh, and to the walkie-talkie, never mind. Then she walks up to Loud Girl and just says quietly, don't do that again, okay? Now get to class. A minute later, Loud Girl is hurrying to her class, and math teacher is explaining to out-of-breath teacher, she must have been provoked. I know her. Clean cut. Comes from a good family. Liz and Chato and I just watch in shock. Then the bell rings and we run, and I don't see either of them again till after 5th period. But all through PE, I feel like I'm gonna cry. By the time we're together again in 6th period math, I'm breathing slow and deep like an angry bull. Liz fumes. I can't believe that she would automatically assume we were the troublemakers. Chato looks down and mumbles, I can. And Ms. Math teacher, she just conducts class like normal and doesn't meet my eyes not even once. It's like I'm invisible, or even worse. When it comes to anything except trouble, I don't exist at all. And then I'm going to read you, skip all the exciting part. I'm going to read you the very ending of the book. When Selena Teresa, puts together all the stuff that her grandma said to her and begins to make sense of the world, what she can do with it. She says, yeah, life tried to slap my mouth shut, but whatever life throws at you, you just grab it and you weave it into your song. You celebrate it, you change it, and you spice it to suit your dreams, whether they're dreams to write or dreams to sing or dreams to build or teach or heal or invent or cross oceans or borders or walls of fear. Whatever life throws at you, it feeds you. It makes you stronger. It becomes part of your shield. They don't have the power. Sometimes they try to take everything away from you. Sometimes they actually do. But then you look inside and you find something there they can't even see and they can't even understand. And so they don't have the power to see it, to touch it, or to take it away. They don't have the power, but you do. You are all that has happened to you, and all that you dreamed to be, and all the possibilities, whether reached or not, and all of your story, and all of your name, and all you have loved, and all you choose to celebrate. All of you, as warriors for the good, guerrera, guerrero, this knowledge, this courage, this all inside you will be your shield, will be your power.
Howdy, folks. Eduardo Garza here. And I wrote a piece about Jose Montalvo back in the 1900s. He died young, cancer got him, and he called himself the Black Hat Poet. He wore black hats and other colors hats, but here's the poem. Today I mourn the Black Hat Poet. The Black Hat Poet is dead. His poems of social degeneration live on, his poems of soft breast, red, white, and blue condoms, Frida Kahlo, and poems in Kahlo live on. But the Black Hat Poet passed away. Yes, he's dead. Physically speaking, that is. His belief, some say, was not in omnipotent God, angels, and santitos. So what did he believe in? That all men, women are created equal? That Cuba is right and just and deserves a shot at world power? That Fidel has a grasp on how to deal with the social mores in this part of the hemisphere? I don't know. I never talked about that stuff with him. And if we did talk about it, I've forgotten what he said. What I do remember is he had a way of saying the things he had written in a way that made you realize how funny and sometimes ridiculous we humans are. How absolutely stupid we can be. Even grandmothers would say, yes, that's funny and true, but why does he have to say it like that? And they hide their faces in embarrassment. But he wasn't embarrassed or ashamed or remorseful about his choices of words, so take them for what they are. Whatever you perceive them to be, it isn't for me to say one way or the other. As the late, great Jose Luis Montalvo would say, "A mí qué?"
Hello and welcome to Mega Corazón 2025. My name is Jessica Tilton, Zertuche. Today I'm going to be reading a poem by Kelly Taylor Morgan Greenwood. A-E-I-O-U, 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 A-E-I-O-U. Inflection, inflection, the drama teacher instructs, now trying to look skinny as I push out my gut, stressing each syllable, analyzing groupings as I begin, messing them up and then beginning again. Perfecting my skills, stealing hints from the pros, my name in lights, in Broadway strip, I imagine as I close these eyes of mine, beautiful and sublime. No better way to define stardom than I, Kelly Taylor Morgan Greenwood, changing the world as we know it. From one show to the next, from one poet to another, you see everything from Shel Silverstein to Edgar Allan Poe. Fighting through the chaos to find my rhythm, style, and flow. Forget about the blah, blah, blahs and the other things that have conveniently been shoved into the media screen, wretched, distasteful, and obscene. One part of me craves no less than more, while the other half tries to shut the door. But the harsh and violent world begins to shove a wedge between my self-esteem and the skinny jeans and these Jimmy Choos that I have to choose, or else life is not worth living. You see, I've been told that my measurements and the circumference of my thighs is making me unacceptable and unattractive, and every that could possibly run in the swift direction, defying the opposite direction of beauty. Well, call me Webster's as I recreate time to solely redefine my very own definition of beauty. This is beauty redefined. Crow's feet and worry lines are beautiful. That jiggly arm fat that prevents you from wearing tank tops is beautiful. What truly lays before you once the $57.50 maximum push-up bra from Victoria's Secret is gone is beautiful. And it's just fine if your pinky toe is longer than your big toe and that you gained 10 pounds when dad left. Because to me, you are beautiful. And it is now socially acceptable that your tummies have begun to reject the fashion-forward size to bikini trend, because to me, you are beautiful. And when they say glasses and braces make you a nerd, to me, you are beautiful. And as society tries to condemn us, remember, today, here, I have redefined beauty, and each and every single one of you have been my inspiration for the new definition. So remember, I am beautiful, and you are beautiful, and we will all shine brighter than the brightest name in all of the lights.
I'm John Philip Santos, a writer, media producer and performer, sometimes professor at UTSA, born and raised here in San Antonio, Texas. The memory prayer. I learned to breathe this way when I left that body made of ashes, river water, copal, and huizache flowers. When my breath was south, it was a feather as big as a palm frond. The infinite miles were numbered in stars, and the earth was lit from inside. My eyes were mirrors. My heart was wind. The ground pulled my songs like a magnet. The bananas were so ripe, they spread like butter when they first brought guns into the garden. Our legacy is papaya, is frijol, is sangria by the gallons, helix inside of helix, the color of blood, dead uncles, lost friends, forgotten amantes. For 500 years of impossible weather, this lightning has smelled like night, weaving its net of forgetting across these lands.
Sometimes we can feel really small, like we can't make a difference in this big world at all. But do you know what's really small? A seed. This is a poem about a small, small seed that floated on the wind's breath. Danny was a seed that floated on the wind's breeze. The wind pushed them up high into the sky until, plop, in a garden on Flores Street they stopped. And just like that, Danny landed and took a nap. When Danny awoke, it was quiet and dark. "Where am I?" they cried. "You're in the soil, silly," was the giggly reply. "This is a rose garden, you see." "I'm a rose seed," thought Danny. They got worried. "How will I know how to grow into a rose? Or which way is up to climb when this darkness makes me blind?" "You'll know how to be a rose," Mama Rosebush would always say. "It's in our DNA. Be patient and have hope." The day came when Danny didn't feel the same. They stretched and yawned, and then, pop, they found themselves on a beautiful lawn. "It happened! I grew! I'm alive!" And all the little rose seedlings said, "Hi!" Danny laughed. They realized there was no use worrying. A seed will grow without any hurrying. Danny felt great until they noticed the whispering. All the other plants looked at Danny like they were a mystery. Danny was different, with spiky leaves, and they heard in the whisper the mention of weeds. "Am I a weed?" they asked Mama Rosebush. "Hush, child, you're not a weed. You're just wild. There'll be no pretty vases or bouquets for you. Just enjoy the garden. What else can you do?" But one day, the child of the garden brought their grandpa. They looked at the roses, and then the child said, "I didn't plant this one in the rose garden bed." Grandpa looked over at Danny and smiled. "This isn't a rose. This is food and medicine, child. This plant comes to us from the wind. This is a dandelion full of healing and nourishment. A dandelion, Grandpa said. This flower's for wishes and delicate dreams. Danny couldn't help but worry again. How will I know how to grow to this end? How do I prepare for the time of wishes? They worried and worried and worried because they didn't know what this is. The rain came, but nothing happened. The sun came, but nothing happened. Until one day, Danny stretched and pop! They now had a beautiful cloud of white, delicate seedlings on top. Danny told the seedlings the story of flying up high and about worrying and growing and finding their why. I'm here for wishes and dreams, although I don't know how that happens, it seems. The day came when they would find out. The child came alone without Grandpa about. Tears in their eyes, they walked right to Danny. My grandpa's sick, Danny. We need some of your leaves to give him some strength as he struggles to eat. But before I do, I'd like to make a wish with you. The worried child closed their eyes in prayer and whispered, "May my grandpa's body repair." Danny knew this was the moment they were made for. They made a difference to the child by existing, nothing more. The child blew on all of Danny's seedlings. They rose through the air and the garden could hear them singing. And Danny laughed and said, "I had never needed to fear about making a difference. Me just existing is enough significance." So, don't worry, dear children, for we all grow, and you make a difference much more than you know.
I'm going to read a poem called Bestia. I'll read it in Spanish first and then in English. It's from my book, Las Horas Imposibles, The Impossible Hours. And it goes like this. Bestia. Le cortó un brazo, el brazo izquierdo. El brazo izquierdo quedó tendido entre las vías. Se resbaló y el tren le cortó la pierna. Se resbaló y el tren le cortó la pierna derecha. Nadie vigila el tren. Al tren nadie lo vigila. Solo los maleantes y la lluvia que no quiere caer. La lluvia tiene miedo y los maleantes quieren sangre. El tren le cortó las dos piernas. 4,000 kilómetros de pierna para cruzar México. El tren siempre tiene hambre, pero la sed tiene más filo. El tren le cortó los senos con la sed. La sed como machete, la sed del tren como machete le cortó los senos. Senos que amamantan la distancia, distancia como cobija áspera, cobija para los muertos que vienen en camino. Bestia. It cut off his arm, the left arm bleeding between the train tracks. He slipped and the train cut off his leg. Slipped and the train cut off his right leg. No one watches over the train. The train never watched. Only thugs and the rain that refuses to fall. Rain hides and the thugs want blood. The train always thirsty and took both of his legs. 4,000 kilometers of legs to cross Mexico. The train so hungry. But thirst has a sharper blade and sliced off her breasts. Thirst a machete. The train, with its machete thirst, sliced off her breasts, breasts suckling the distance, distance a coarse weave, blanket for the dead who were on their way.
Hello, my name is Natalia Trevino, and I'm reading a poem by a guest poet. His name is Leonard Nathan, and some poems teach you what you wished you knew before, and some poems teach you how to say something you've always wanted to say. And this is a poem that when I first came across it, I wanted to keep it and reread it and send it into the hearts of my loved ones, my students, my friends. So it felt like the right poem to bring today to Mega Corazón. It's called So, with a question mark. So, you aren't Tolstoy or St. Francis or even a well-known singer of popular songs, and will never read Greek or speak French fluently, will never see something no one else has seen before through a lens or with a naked eye. You've been given just the one life in this world that matters, and upon which every other life somehow depends as long as you live. And also given the costly gifts of hunger, choice, and pain with which to raise a modest shrine to meaning.
Good afternoon. My name is Don Mathis, and I believe it is a time to speak. First They Came is the poetic form of a 1946 post-war confessional by the German Lutheran pastor Martin Niemöller. His words speak of the silent complicity of German intellectuals and clergy following the Nazis' rise to power and their systematical purging of their chosen targets. In the words of Pastor Niemöller, first they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. And then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. I've learned my lesson. I must begin to speak out. Now they come for the immigrant, and I must speak out. My surgeon is from Colombia, my primary care physician from Pakistan. My periodontist is from India. The waitress at my favorite cafe is from Mexico. She knows about as much English as I do Spanish, but we get along fine. My body is healthy and my life is indescribably rich because of the service I receive from immigrants. A lawyer recently informed me that it is not a criminal offense to be undocumented. If criminal convictions are a concern, I know of someone with 34 felony counts. Many are concerned that the agricultural, construction, and meatpacking industries will be impacted by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement roundups. If so, the cost of goods will surely rise. Please do not allow the mass deportation of immigrants. Then they came for the LGBTQ, and I am compelled to speak out. I can see no reason to interfere with the life of someone because of their sexual preference. Most attacks on lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people are based on ignorance of human nature. This country is strengthened by diversity, equity, and inclusion. Rather than discrimination against gender identity, we need legislation affirming equal rights and the freedom to be who we are. And now they come for the federal employee. And I must speak out, loud and long. I was raised an Army brat. My dad served in World War II and for 20 years afterwards. About the time I got out on my own, I was drafted. After I was honorably discharged, I became a civil servant. I advanced in my career because I joined the Air Force Reserve. Years later, I worked for the Census Bureau. Our government has nearly 250 years of experience in streamlining efficiency. We have numerous safeguards in place to eliminate the duplication of services. As with any employer, the federal government can fire employees for subpar performance, company policy infractions, or disciplinary issues. Our country has guidelines for the base, realignment, and closure to more efficiently and effectively support our armed forces, to increase operational readiness, and to facilitate new ways of doing business. The Department of Defense is authorized by Congress to reorganize its base structure, not the President. I receive health care from the Veterans Administration, and I shudder to think I may be faced with a 3-month wait to set an appointment or a 3-hour wait once I arrive at the clinic. Twice in the last month, my mail has been delayed for more than 2 weeks. I'm not sure a person who has filed bankruptcy 6 times is qualified to delegate anyone to determine efficiency. Please do not downsize the federal employee. Oh yes, they're coming for the poor, and I must object to Trump's budget cuts. Because of corporate greed, millions of Americans rely on supplemental nutrition assistance programs. Millions more receive discounts on their rent, utility bills, and medical costs because they earn less than poverty guidelines. Meanwhile, millionaire developers receive tax incentives and outright handouts. Cut the $1 million tax abatements to the rich, but please do not penalize the poor. And then they come for the artist. I deplore a world in which creativity is banished. In my parents' generation, the Works Progress Administration did more than help the poor. The government embraced the Federal Arts Project, which included the visual arts as well as drama, music, and writing. In 2025, any decrease in funding for the National Endowment for the Arts, grants for arts projects, or the multitude of organizations that foster creativity would be a loss to the country, to the world. The latest move by Trump is the takeover of the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. As with people, I relish the diversity of the arts and the rich and wide tapestry of voices, styles, and aesthetics it nurtures. Please stand in opposition to budget cuts to the arts. I beg all lawmakers, all my friends, my business associates, speak out now before they come for the farmer, the military, the teacher, before they come for you.
Greetings, everyone. I'm so happy that you're tuning into Mega Corazón. I am Andrea Vocab Sanderson, which is probably on a screen somewhere that you're looking at. To my left is Yvette Nicole Hardin, whole government name. And on keys is Robert Cooley Cockfield. We're about to do a song called Razmatas. Enjoy. Add a little razzle dazzle to it, yeah. I am Afro blue, I am mystic brew. I am any chord you compare me to. I am autumn leaves, Isley summer breeze, John Legend or Alicia's keys. I am there cajoling while you are consoled. Deep within the melody, progressions pure as gold. Closer to Delphonics, meets JJ Supersonic. You ask me, babe, I've got it. Yeah. I got it, baby, yeah. I'm just a razzmatazz, wild as acid jazz, cognac in a clear your glass. You want it, babe, just ask. Providing you the instant soul, a magic so surreal unfolds, a story that reveals such bold. You want it, babe, just ask. Just ask. Just ask. Anytime you want it, babe. You want it, babe, just ask. I'ma break you out of that loop. Shake some salt and pepper on that shoe. A quartet group singing on the stoop. A force MDs or a tender love and truth. March headlong in the summer madness. Evaporating all that sadness. Take a voyage straight to Atlantis. Dazzling, babe, right off the canvas. I'm just a razzmatazz, wild as acid jazz, cognac in a clear your glass. You want it, babe, just ask. Providing you the instant soul, a magic so surreal unfolds, a story that reveals such bold. You want it, babe, just ask. Just ask. Just ask. Anytime you want it, babe. You want it, babe, just I've got it. Melodic, rhapsodic, swimming in my skin. Call it aquatic, babe. Ooh, I've got it. Melodic, hypnotic, and all that jazz. I've got it. I'm a razzmatazz. I am, and so are you.
My name is Jim LaVilla Havlin. For the last 12 years, I've been working with incarcerated youth at the Cindy Taylor Cryer Juvenile Correctional and Treatment Center through Gemini Inc. And in those 12 years, I have brought to the public, whenever I read, at least one poem by one of the students that I've worked with, because their voices you wouldn't hear otherwise, and their voices I think you need to hear. So this is a poem by Tiana, and it's called 13 Ways of Looking at Cryer. It's built off of Wallace Stevens' 13 Ways of Looking at a Blackbird. Lost time when it's only 1 p.m. 2 times you could have changed. 3 more months to go. 4 more minutes for you do what you don't want to. 5 minutes to pull my heart out on the phone. 6 months, I hope to hurry. 7 days until I have another week to check off. 8 p.m., taking meds to feel fine. 9 reminders a day to stay focused. 10 minutes to wash regret off your skin. 11, 11, I wish to go home. 12 times to get locked up and still didn't learn. 13 weeks and more to figure it out.
I want to congratulate Mega Corazón and thank them for including me as many years as they have. Every year I have to remember what did I record last year so that I don't repeat. So this year, to be safe, I went back to a poem that was published in Boundless 210, the anthology of the Rio Grande Valley International Poetry Festival. And this poem is called The People on the Bus. In the last row next to me on the number 210 on Crenshaw, a young brother, maybe 19 if that, breaks up green bits of bud on a glossy flyer. I lean forward, deliberately blocking the view of eager 8-year-old eyes. A little Latina strains in her seat to get a better look as her oblivious mother pulls her from the scene at the next stop. The brother wraps tobacco leaves tight, licks them shut, placing the blunt behind his ears, and tosses the flyer to the ground. Its invitation for Farrakhan Speaks is trampled underfoot by a sweaty Santa Claus in shorts and a Hawaiian shirt. Sweaty Santa pulls the exit cord but hesitates at the next stop. Back doors open and close before him, and just as the engine revs and jerks forward, Sweaty Santa yells, "Hold on a second, driver." A blonde woman in her 50s mutters under her breath, "He must have fallen asleep." A muscular, Green Mile-looking black man next to her chuckles, "Yeah, he fell asleep." Blonde woman adds, "These people expect the driver to read their minds." Green Mile shifts his weight. My eyes blur as I escape into thought. Why these people and not simply people? The unstated implication, I am not one of these people. They don't represent me. I can make no separation, no clean divorce for me and young brother, little Latina, oblivious mother, Green Mile, sweaty Santa, or sanctimonious blonde. Here in my seat of anonymity, I see myself mirrored back to me, every character, defect, flaw, and bad fashion choice in these, my people. My people are always running late. My people apply makeup on the run. My people sometimes don't bathe enough. My people sit and wait. My people stare through smudged windows in Zen contemplation. My people bust out a dope rhyme a little too long before being told to shut the hell up. My people sometimes lack patience. My people might scrape for change, but when our pockets are full, we're quick to offer a stranger a dime. My people look each other in the eye, stand balancing with legs planted, lift one hand to the heavens for support, and with each other's help, we don't fall down. My people may disagree loudly, but we can make small talk with anyone, no matter how opinionated or insane. My people keep the bus driver busy breaking rules. We smuggle lunch, alcohol, weapons, and pets along for the ride. My perfectly not so perfect people on the bus, with our conflicting moods, tempers, and agendas. We go up and down all through the town together.
I had wanted Zarzamora to be his middle name, Wolfgang Zarzamora. But his papa worried the name would be too strong, too weird, hold too much power. But yes, I did want to name the baby, in part at least, after the perennial blackberry native to Texas that names the famous West Side Street. Following my footsteps, my exhortations to stay where it's flat, don't slip, Wolfgang Isidro behind me repeats what I first told him, one time aloud to himself, and another for his dad. There's more ripe ones than you think. You just don't see them at first because they're the color of the earth. You gotta crouch down low, pay attention. Then you'll start to see them all around you. As I pick my way up and down the slippery rocks, as I fold my body into the spaces between shrubbery limbs to pick the ripest berries, suddenly surfacing to view against the dark wet of hillside earth, I couldn't help but think of families in tents, reports of doctors dying in detention, patients dumped into mass graves, universities bombed, professors police beaten, trying to protect their students, children holding signs thanking students like my own half a world away. Thank you, Columbia. Thank you, UCLA. I thought, how can that world be true, and this one too, all at once? This undeserved abundance here on the horizon of killing summer. I couldn't help but genuflect, hands moving over bramble as I gathered. Thank you for allowing me to be alive today. Thank you for allowing me to visit this land, this planet. Thank you, my body, for continuing to carry me without pain. Thank you for the abundance of this fruit that has faithfully appeared and reappeared for over 20 years now, 20 centuries, 20 millennia, more than any one of us could ever pick, despite all we've done to you, against you. Thanks to the species of rubus that knows how to specialize in disturbed landscapes, fragmented habitat, dammed rivers, sandy soils, sunny wastelands. In return for this gift of you returning each year, I vow I will do what I can to protect all life. I vow I will do what I can to help. Then a single red wasp appeared in the brush to gnaw at wood, to warn me this was still another's home. Remembering its powerful sting above my eyebrow one spring, I backed myself out the way I came in, as the rain picked up, falling softly in sheets, a susurrus across lake's surface.
Hello, my name is Nate Zen, and this poem is entitled Unraveling. Sometimes I feel as though I am a universe unraveling in all the fluctuation. Devastation in the silver tongue allocation. Where is the moderation? Reincarnation, elephant tusks, discuss levitation in a strained cyclops pupil. Levitate through the cathedrals, radiating like particles around your head that make up television infomercials. Stacking turtles at the beginning, winged angels still singing hymns and claiming the wind as their carpet. But there is no walls between omnipotence. Your relevance is only a cocoon compared to the cosmic balloon that we have been blowing, exploding like quasars at the densest parts of your heartstrings. Serenade me with the melody of your aura. Before the clock strikes noon, sometimes I feel like a universe unraveling before you.
Hi, I am Jen Yanez Alanis. I am a community poet. Typically, you can find me around somewhere in San Antonio collaborating and just having a good time with local artists. I'm also a scholar, and I specifically look at language translingualism as a way to forge our histories forward and to tell our stories the way we want our stories told. The first poem that I'm going to be reading is a Centos poem that I wrote from various artists and poems, several verses from Somos Chicanas. I do not always carry grandmother's capable palabras, encadenadas con sílabas from the whirlwind of memory, rapid as embryo. Writings and poems, tongues of those surreal sunsets only our Creator could paint. I was born of resistance, a terremoto cracking concrete. Here I am, a corn husk girl. I collect arrows in my mouth. I kneel before the altar I created in my soul. In the darkness of the night, I've spoken in tongues when praying. My feet find peace standing in front of all those thread knotted and dangling, this storytelling etched in my mind, dancing with abandon. Soy Chicana. Soy hija de Coyolxauhqui, giving off Virgen de Guadalupe and Malinche vibes. I am Chupacabra with my candles and sage. I am the Chicana who grit my teeth. Fate has a way of reclaiming its own. I protest. I protect my ownership claims. Chicana. I am a political ideology, radical truth-telling, a master narrative. Soy Adelita. My belly is a quake of pleasure, of sensuality, of rascuache liberation, of love letters. My expression fulfills an itch to create, to innovate, to present, to put on display, a history etched on my skin, a beauty with chispas flowing free, with joy of spirit. I am gentle, graceful, minding those manners even when you call me Hispanic. Return me to my DNA, golden, radiant. Soy mujer grande del movimiento. Soy Gloria Ansaldúa. I know my history of exile and termination. I know I am an intellectual de la tierra.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. The option to not rock this life is currently unavailable. Please be advised that a worldwide warning has been sounded, urging us all to not hoard compassion and courage. Use them freely with full faith that their sources are endless reservoirs of love within us all. Yes, the option to not rock this life is currently unavailable to anyone. There is no more calling in sick or afraid. There is no more calling in sick or afraid. There is no more calling in sick or afraid. No more calling in tired or disillusioned or apathetic or jaded. It is time to make music. It is time to make poetry. It is time to make noise. It is time for voices to boisterously blossom and to walk out of carefully cultivated gardens of comfort and to learn how to roar in the wilderness of uncertainties. Let us make like the planet revolving around the sun and move together as one.
Maravillosa. Que maravillosa. A marvel, a miracle, a wonder unto itself. Let the great show begin. We will get lost on the great stage of our wonder. Cante, cante, sing the great story of our lives. We will spin the wheel of fireworks, spilling out flowers and clouds and neon sparks that light the fiesta of our dreams. We will rescue those who feel abandoned by the offices of their calendars and carry them into the great theatrical light of miracles.
For those that are outside of Texas, you must know that our grocery store is the HEB. And I wrote this poem about my experience at some of those HEBs, but especially maybe those HEBs that are like in Las Palmas or on Culebra and 24th or San Pedro and Olmos. They inspired this poem. It's called El HEB is the barrio's grocery store. El HEB is the barrio's grocery store. Tiene de todo. And the produce section, naranjas and grapefruit, lemons and limones, onions, tomato, jalapeno, cilantro, and apio. Also, collard greens and mustard greens, plus exotics like broccoli, asparagus, Brussels sprouts. The carniceria has all the usual cuts. Tienen 7 steaks and fajitas, short ribs and spare ribs, plus the gringo cuts like rump roast and Boston butt. Brisket is stored under lock and key. Pork and poultry always in stock. Barbacoa on Saturday and Sunday only. The deli has ham and bologna, plus the 2 types of cheese, yellow and white. The panaderia has more than just pan dulce, también sourdough and Hawaiian rolls, pero in limited quantities. And the tortilla aisle also has sliced bread and buns para los hot dogs. Of course, there's toda una selección of foreign food. There's Vienna sausage and pimento cheese and all the stuff to make the casseroles. And in el business center, no hombre, hacen de todo. Cashean cheques, sendean los money orders, venden lottery tickets, te dan el registration para tu carro. Una de mis friends even got her divorce there. And in the morning, huele a fabuloso. In the afternoon, elotes. And at night, puro sudor from all the people that just got off the day shift. El HEB del barrio is smaller than the ones on the fancy parts of town, pero tiene de todo.
This poem is called Refusing. Words are sliding off the page, letters melting into distorted figures that crumple and fall on their knees, pages curling into red fire and black ash, their screams trapped in midair, silent and unmutable. While legislators burn our books, ban our voices, rewrite in white our histories. And the carriers of the red and black inks keep writing and writing and writing, refusing to be silenced, refusing to forget.
Mac Computer. Mac Computer World, crossing PC City, leaving it behind. Couldn't get it out. It's hard writing aloud. Moonrise, sky, dark blue, coyote, yip, yap, oh, oh, yip, yip, you. Ephemeral dream, intuitive people say, tell me yes. Half so because awake is the other half of dreaming. Birds silent for the night, even gold will waste away. The four elements work together to make me. Surrounded by too much stuff we get from the conquerors, like grand writing on the wall, never lived up to, ceremony to remember things, burning products of Mother Earth to the four directions, to balance them. Indigenous to the now, emerging from the proof of truth, no silence of the aboriginal point of view, native enrollment, useless to the dead, vital to salvation of the earth from this fungus called humanity, sovereign to what we know, acts of self-sabotage, just wanting to change, transcending the personal, the obscene. Topographical prophecies come true, claims of honor and want. Chains of silver, platinum, and gold, armor against the strongest hope, the enemy. Alternate subservient thought, remember the tribe, the mother tribe, returning to adulthood. Un grito, ¡ajau! ¡Ay, ay! Simón que sí. Y todo cambia. Puritanical empires of cultural refugees, colonized by imagination, in front of yourself, a pile of bones, Indians in the wake of the tidal wave called the now.
This poem is called The Game of Life. Life is a game, and we're all sitting at the table, being dealt different cards for all different people. But the fool is the one who hasn't the sense to bluff or to feint or to stiff upper lip when handed a deal that is not in his favor. His own response was his only savior. But he rants and he raves and he rages and rambles about how life isn't fair because this game is a gamble and it's not his fault that his deal was a dud. So he winces and whines, he sulks and he suds, then he fails and he farts and he falls and he folds and he counts himself out before his story's even told. But wise is the man with the face made of stone, who enters and exits this world all alone, and every room he is in is his home. He's not defined by the cards in his hand, or the best of laid plans by the highest of man. He's not concerned with the thoughts in his mind, or the stars in the sky, or the concept of time. Wise is the man who loves to play, not for the thrill of the win, but for the love of the game. For the sport of life has no winners displayed, no champion amongst flowers in the meadows God laid, no crown for the ocean chosen just for one wave. For the wise man's weak hand is never outweighed when he dances on tables where men sit enslaved.
Somotillo. Tossed out of bed in an earthquake dream where rustling of leaves was gusting smoke from the volcano at Masaya, or was artillery echoing at dawn from the far side of the lake. Across a tree-shaded concrete patio, the parrot sauntered in the gait of a Hollywood cowboy, mimicking last night's monologue in an accent that reminded us of Cantinflas in English. Satan will not win, will no win. The bird shrilled, hoarse from his hours of chatter in that otherwise happy place. We recalled seeing the empire at a distance, how under clouds its skyscrapers and towers had faded into temples, ziggurats, pyramids, and giant stelae. How lights blinking in haze became only stars, mirrors, candles in salt air. When a hush fell, it brought rumblings of the beginning of disaster, and the parade was set to commence. While the leaves stirred like flames, costumed crowds stood quietly waiting for alarms. The widows at the village well were spellbound, staring at the water where the sun's reflection was dissolving into millions of pulsing atoms, helping them forget their burdens of mourning. They saw no pleasure was possible to say if the rites of sin and penance were ever sufficient. It was to be the first day in a new dreams calendar. Every moment become weightless as the breath of birds.
If I must die, you must live to tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a piece of cloth and some strings. Make it white with a long tail, so that a child somewhere in Gaza, while looking heaven in the eye, awaiting his dad who left in a blaze, and bid no one farewell, not even to his flesh, not even to himself, sees the kite, my kite you made, flying up above, and thinks for a minute an angel is there, bringing back love. If I must die, let it bring hope, let it be a tale.
This next poem is called Tu Vestido, and it's from Las Horas Imposibles, a bilingual book published by the University of Arizona Press. I'll read it in Spanish and then in English. Tu Vestido. Cuando me quito la camisa me quiero poner tu vestido, pensando que al ponérmelo descubriré todos los secretos, esos que guardas bajo las uñas, aquellos que camuflas con tu piel. Quiero caminar por las calles y sentir cómo reacciona tu sangre cuando te hablan hombres desconocidos, esos que te desnudan con miradas y se imaginan llenándote el vientre de saliva. Por eso me quito la camisa y me pongo tu vestido y te busco por las calles cuando no estás en casa para decirte que te quiero con todo el mapa que has dibujado de mi vida. Your dress. When I take off my shirt, I want to wear your dress, thinking that when I put it on, I will discover all your secrets. Those you keep under your nails, those you camouflage with your skin. I want to walk the streets and feel how your blood reacts when strangers speak to you. They who undress you with a look, they who imagine filling your belly with saliva. which is why I remove my shirt and wear your dress, and look for you in the streets when you're not home, to say I love the particular diagram you've made of my life.
Hello, my name is Natalia Trevino, and I am the author of Lavando la Dirty Laundry and Virgin X, and I am so excited to be here at Mega Corazón to bring this amazing project into the world, and what an honor. Something that I love and I've always wanted to do is travel. Ever since I was a little girl, I wanted to see the world with my own eyes, and I've been able to do it through poetry. I even met my Australian husband because of my writing. And people give airports a bad name, the seats, the troubles, the TSA rules. And last year when I did some travel, I slowed down and I started to notice what was happening. So this is called Runway, and it's dedicated to the Indigenous artist Archie Moore from Australia, who put an incredible art installation at Sydney International Airport. Runway. No nameless airport exists, no such thing as a run-of-the-mill town. Those short layovers and hubs feel otherwise. A city's distinctions in the slipstream of a conversation with the gal at the coffee counter, her East Texas drawl landing askew, a reminder, this is Dallas, and John Denver over the intercom, and a polite prayer service starting at 11 at gate 25. A town's unique who I am revealed by a slim denim vest top to form a frame for a muscular bare arms and interlacing midriff tattoos fully exposed. Similarities between cities could collapse into one eye roll, same old, about long layovers and overpriced bottles of water sucking our pockets and our souls. Delays delaying us from where we want to be. But when we are grounded is when the particulars of inspired human sparkle appear, where we can find what's beneath the skin of that city. Halloween at San Antonio International means glossed pumpkin ornamentation and remolinos of Dia de los Muertos, remembrances piled over armadillo plushies in the window, all to say, this is Texas and Texas, and we are draped in plastic ghost garlands, and at the bottom of the arrivals escalator, we have a boulder-sized, self-satisfied, smiling calavera saying, this is you, one day traveler in the upper world. Don't you remember you're dead when you are dead? And these dead could have been friends with the St. Louis pair of papier-mâché jazz-playing skeletons perched by gate P37, frozen with their top hats, bright-painted trumpets, hearing Miles and Armstrong over the intercom, knees in mid-syncopated step in their own danza of the macabre. There's no run-of-the-mill airport before we all go over 30,000 feet into the heavens, see where the cities do disappear. Oh, and Hobart and Port Macquarie, you, no forgetting which of you welcomes us back with your copper platypus sculptures or rainforest murals. Which one houses the little Tasmanian devils who play on a set of painted suitcases near Carousel 3? And how at Sydney International, 28 beacon flags greet us to say, you are here on this our country, our unerased nexus of United Nations. Look, I know not all gates begin or end in glossy corridors or where the carpet meets gangway meets blue-nosed 737. I know not all gates open or close in that unlucky glance that spots that your carry-on is in fact too bulky. But some gates can be pearled and trembling smiles, one that confesses a fear, a gal saying, "It ain't natural to fly, but I gotta see my sister." Her love of rhinestones deep as Livy's or Taylor Swift's. We're all at the gates of hell or high water or heaven, after all. The gate is the living luster, the bird calls, the art installation that makes you think, or that customer service agent whose brow deepens into a long pair of grooves on the otherwise smooth topography of her face, when she is in fact in the hope of urgently finding your new flight home.
I call this karma and the search for learning experiences. At its worst, pain is a nuisance. It's an annoying bother. Or maybe that's the best pain can be. Perhaps at its worst, pain is a depressing numbness. It's a debilitating injury. It is dull or sharp, numbered 1 through 10, temporary or lethal. But pain is an experience and often a learning experience. If you burn your hand, you learn to respect fire. If you sit on a tack, you will move to avoid sharp objects. The more serious types of physical or chronic pain can teach us compassion. Thus, we can offer hope and help to those in pain. If we have been emotionally or psychologically hurt, we can offer advice. We can offer a listening ear. With compassion, we can offer a shoulder to lean on, a helping hand, a pat on the back. If we learn nothing from pain, it's a lesson wasted. Pain can help us learn the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If one applies this lesson because of a commandment, that's all right. If one practices this maxim because it makes sense or because it works, that's fine too. Karma is the spiritual principle of cause and effect. The intent and actions of a person, the cause, influence the future of that person, the effect. One could do no better. The golden rule. That's the foundation for the Charter of Compassion here in San Antonio. Every faith tradition has its own. Buddhism. Hurt not others in ways that you yourself would find hurtful. Confucius. Do not do to others what you do not want them to do to you. Judaism. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Native American spirituality. Do not wrong or hate your neighbor, for it is not he who is you wrong, but yourself. I went to the House of Blues in New Orleans, and on the wall was a sign, help ever, hurt never. The golden rule.
So this poem is by a gentleman named Alberto Rios. It's called Don't Go Into the Library. So I'm doing cover poetry, and I have another poem that's going to be about the library in just a moment. Biblioteca. Let's go. Hit it, Rob. Like this. Don't go in. No, 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 no. 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 The library is dangerous. Don't go in. If you do, you know what will happen. It's like a pet store or a bakery. Every single time you'll come out of there holding something in your arms. Those novels with their big eyes and those no-nonsense all muscles. Greyhounds and Dobermans, all nonfiction and business, cuddly when they're young. But then the first page is turned, the donut scent of all knowledge, the aroma of coffee being made, and all those books, something for everyone, the deli offerings of civilization itself. The library is the book of books. It's concrete and wood and glass covers, keeping within them the very big, very long story of everything. The library is dangerous. Don't go in. Full of answers. If you go inside, you may not come out the same person who went in. So be careful, y'all. Be careful, y'all. I say, don't go in. No, 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 don't go in. No, 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 don't go in. No, 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 don't go in.
In June of this year, Mesquites Teach Us to Bend, my new book of poems from Lamar University Literary Press, is coming out. It's the follow-up to West, which was my book about getting used to living in the country. And there are two poems from Mesquites Teach Us to Bend. This one is called Gnarled. The silent G is gusts of wind, how the mesquites turn themselves, twist limbs, contort for rain or lack of rain, toward sun or bent into that wind. They seem to dance. I hear the music of the wind, not silent, whistles, whooshes, works its way through all our trees. Why, even the stiff, strong agave rattles in the thrusts, but the mesquites dance, turn, follow, and are frozen into those gestures. I could read the story of seasons, years in the path their limbs describe. And you could see compressed into the coiled trunk and limbs the power to survive it all by turning.
This next poem is from Edgar Lee Masters' Spoon River Anthology. About 5 years ago, I graduated from a Meisner acting program, and year 2 of the program, and this is wherever you take a Meisner program, Stanford Meisner recommends that young actors take Spoon River Anthology and dive into these characters to play with character work. And so I played with a few, but this is my favorite. This is Hannah Armstrong. She was a real person, and she really did know President Abraham Lincoln. Hannah Armstrong. I wrote him a letter asking him for old time's sake to discharge my sick boy from the army. But maybe he couldn't read it. Then I went to town and asked James Garber, who wrote beautifully, write him a letter. But maybe that was lost in the mails. So I traveled all the way to Washington. I was more than an hour finding the White House, and when I found it, they turned me away, hiding their smiles. Then I thought, oh well, he ain't the same as when I boarded him, and he and my husband worked together, and all of us called him Abe there in Maynard. As a last attempt, I turned to a guard and I said, please, say it's old Aunt Hannah Armstrong from Illinois come to see him about her sick boy in the army. Well, just in the moment, they let me in. And when he saw me, he broke in a laugh and dropped his business as president and wrote in his own hands Doug's discharge, talking all the while of the early days and telling stories.
I was asked to select a poem by a poet who I admired greatly. And I selected one of my generation, the poet laureate, or I should say the Nobel laureate of poetry, of literature, Bob Dylan. And I'd like to read to you All Along the Watchtower. I think it's germane to the situation that we're facing now, and even more so offers some consolation as well as some thoughts of where we're headed and perhaps what type of apocalyptic times that we are living through at this time as well. So here goes. All along the watchtower. There must be some way out of here, said the joker to the thief. There's too much confusion. I can't get no relief. Businessmen, they drink my wine. Plowmen, they dig my earth. None of them along the line know what any of it is worth. No reason to get excited, the thief, he kindly spoke. There are many here among us who feel life is but a joke. But you and I, we've been through that, and that is not our fate. So let us not talk falsely now. The hour is getting late. All along the watchtower, Princess kept a view, while all the women came and went, barefoot servants too. Outside, in the distance, a wildcat did growl. 2 riders were approaching, and the wind began to howl. Muchas gracias. Stay safe. Stay well. Peace.
This next piece is entitled Painting Phases. Paint that pain. Let me say it again. I said, paint that pain. Stain everything that labels itself concrete but is really glass. Ask yourself if you cannot find a breakthrough in all this silence. Paint that pain. Pick up that brush. Look at that canvas and ask, is it too much to hold this space for me? For all of this wailing? For all that I cannot say to strangers on the bus or family members that have already been through too much pain of their own? So pick up that pain, give those brush strokes purpose and reason, a dance, a glimmer of hope. Soak your clothes with splatter, accidental shatter of old patterns. Give yourself a chance to create a masterpiece, to become the master of your own piece, to look within yourself and see beyond the blending, beyond the structure, beyond the technicality of it all. Pick up that paint and pick up that pain and hold them together simultaneously and quiver at the galaxy that God gives you. Shiver at the quasars, the accumulation of broken hearts, the satin silhouettes of symphonies done in the shady dark. Bask in all that has yet to be, every hue, yellow, blue, pink. Surrender to the chaos. Stay vigilant against the rough edges. Stay monumental with all your fate. Moving mountains with all that you have in your mental is little business compared to the stairs that you're willing to climb, the metal you're willing to grind. Let them bear witness to the mystic that don't miss tricks. Stay firm. Let them learn from the burning. Burn with the house and go down with the ship. Paint that pain until the pain has to quit. Learn to admit when you've been mistaken. Stay sacred in all your actions. Wake up and thank God. Seek detachment from all that poisons your purpose. Let me say it again. Pick up that pain and that paint. Let it drip. Paint that pain until that pain has to quit.
As poets, we often have the opportunity to discuss systems that will often sound very personal, very connected to the self. But it's also our responsibility to make sure that our words are universal. Batesian mimicry. I carried the seed, the uncertainty of you, the jagged possibility, an ache. I woke to it, the cord twisting in the womb, a familiar casting of him, an inheritance I could not escape. I wore my father like an orchid in my hair when I birthed you. I plant his madness deep. I dig and dig his grave too wide I wait for the sunflowers to turn away from God, for the petals to shield their faces as light retreats, before I pour the soil onto his grave. I carried you, son, through the tiny violences of holidays, to tables where feasts were rituals of denial. The smile I wear for you, a mask I've molded over time. I've practiced this expression over and over when I look in the mirror. I've forgotten my truth. I ran my fingers through the fragile strings of your well-being, a mother's hope that I could unspool the snags inherited in the womb, that the tremors you sent through me were not the cries of my own despair. Did I place this under your perfect feet, an infliction into your heel, a birthmark of my undoing? I fed you poison from my cells, from my milk, then in capsules, now in prayers to a dissonant God. This hateful deity will carry me, whirl me back into a shriveled thing, a stem without leaves. You, my bloom, tremble in God's gust, and I cannot tell if you will root or scatter.
This is called the color of my fear. The color of my fear has no color. It is treacherous and absurd like that. It messes with my words. It skews all my meaning. It makes me forget what I mean. My fear hides right out in the open, where sometimes I feel I can almost see it. It tears the language of my thoughts apart. It makes me wonder about terrible things. It makes me hold conversations with catastrophes and disasters. The color of my fear has no color, and it isn't black or white. The color of my fear is a gray smell. It's a stench that inhales my good breathing. I feel it coiling up in my lungs. It wants to strangle me into silence. My fear lures me out into a wilderness of tangles almost every night. It shows me everything that will make me stumble and fall. The color of my fear has no color, and that's all right, because the color of my courage is light. The color of my courage is light. The color of our courage is light.
300 years of San Antonio. The wild rivers were never really that wild. The children in our dreams gathered with sacha daisies, scarlet paintbrushes, fire lanterns, and lavender thistles. Rattlesnakes, road runners, and dusty foxes were the messengers, healers, storytellers. The raging rivers never brought fear to the limestone, the soil, the pecan, or the cypress. No, it was the rivers that carried the songs. It was the rivers, I say, that carried the songs.
Y dijo Jesús, when they strike you, turn the cheek. This is further proof, along with working in construction and once being mistaken for a gardener, that Jesus or Jesus was actually a Mexican. Because as Mexicans, we tend to offer resignation more than resistance. Because when the patron smacks us down, we're more likely to sigh and say, ni modo, than stand and strike back. Because, well, a job that pays is better than an unfed family. So we say, ni modo. Like when the flat tire makes us late, we say, ni modo. When we don't get the promotion, ni modo. We miss the payment, ni modo. We lose the car, ni modo. And when the Cowboys lose, well, first we cry. But then we say, ni modo. The day after the 2016 election, I called my sister. She was disappointed. I was frustrated. She sighed and said, ni modo. And I screamed for the next 4 years, because when we say ni modo, we're also saying it's over. There's nothing we can do about it. Es todo. Ya no hay nada. Se acabó. I'm not applying again. I'm not voting anymore. I'm not even going to try. But there's got to be a lot more to the story than that. To quote Jaime's Nana in The Blue Beetle, we've turned both cheeks. Now it's time to fight. You see, our strength comes from madres y padres, tíos y tías, hermanos, hermanas, padrinos, madrinas, our amistades, and the wisdom of every abuelito and abuelita and antepasado in between, each who's learned that ni modo is not the end of the story. Our heroes are the ones who've run out of ni modos, those who turned both cheeks and chose to fight, from El Chapulín Colorado to Cesar Chavez, from El Blue Demon to Emma Tenayuca, from El Machete to Dolores Huerta, Willie Velázquez, Gus Garcia, Henry B., Freddy González, Selena Quintanilla, Jovita Hidar, Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz. We know fighting doesn't need to be with fists. We've got soapboxes and ballot boxes, voices and votes, demonstrations and that spur transformations. Draw from the strength of each other. Let's be a bicho to the system, bother them so much that they'll eventually give in to our demands. Let them be the ones to sigh and say, ni modo.
This poem is called Losing. Losing a democracy is when the leaders say, don't worry, you won't have to ever vote again. Losing a democracy is when the state attorney tells the woman who almost died because of their law prohibiting medical attention she needed, the woman whose child died, and the woman whose chance at having future pregnancies died, that she has no right to sue because, after all, no harm was done. Telling her, in essence, that women, instead of celebrating the 3/5 of a person that folks of one race once did under slavery, now folks of one gender count as no fifths of a person, that we don't count. Losing a democracy is when the books are wiped away. The right to attend a publicly funded public school begins to fade away. The right to receive the money you have put in your Social Security is threatened daily. And the right to be you, or to speak or write your mind without persecution from above, disappears. Losing a democracy is in a nation we love and fought for is when we didn't lose it, but instead someone else stole it away and cut it up.
I've been conditioned to breathe air. I love breathing air. I take it in like a silent sound. In a cryptic rhythm, it pours into me. Wherever I hang my hat, it's there for me. Flowers on the ground, a chartreuse mist lingers, dispersing. Candelabras of unwritten memories light the ambiance like a problem solved. Two chairs are the same, even when they're empty. Feeling like an inactive adjective, an additive, lost in my maleness, acceptance, commitment, betrayal, my happy place destroyed. Destructive nature of fire, suspended invitation, reconfiguration of intent, move even faster than that. I've conditioned myself to breathe air. Sometimes it isn't there. I love breathing air. I take it in like a silent sound. In a cryptic rhythm, it pours into me and out of me. It's in and out at the same time. Wherever I go on this planet.
This poem is called The Mob in My Mind. I'll never satisfy the mob of imaginary men and women in my mind. They're always telling me what they think of me and how they feel about me all the time. And I'm always misinterpreting these hidden messages, and it's fine. I've picked up on what's been laid out. And now I'm reading between the lines, but I keep on forgetting that their thoughts are really mine. I've confused what comes from within with what comes from the outside. Being concerned with the mob inside my mind is what gets me unaligned, because if I'm to be the star in my own imaginary dream, then I get to choose how far other people take their lead, and I get to choose their part in this game of make-believe, and the thoughts I think they have, if they should ever think of me, are thoughts of love and joy, because in my own mind, why wouldn't they be?
Rancho Sandia. We planted watermelons in shallow sand as pale as shells, hoping the vines would grow to the south and away from a stand of blooming cactus at the rusty windmill's base. But then leathery leaves sprouted, curling on their stalks, and copperheads and horned toads found shade there, nestling their scaly bellies into the patch's furrows, still damp from the morning drizzle. We cannot argue with the animals, my father said, staring. It's good they go where they want. Anywhere but with my sandia, I thought. And when we roasted goat, basting it with lime juice, comino, and cilantro, uncles would stand over those melons telling how blackbirds waited for hot days to pierce the fuzzy husks with their beaks, sucking the fruits dry one by one. Maybe a scarecrow could save them. Maybe a mean dog. Or maybe we could just buy a watermelon on the way back to town, they said, laughing into the thin necks of their bottles of Lone Star. While back in the city, Mexicanos gathered nightly on picnic benches under a tent on Fredericksburg Road, eating salted watermelon in sickle-shaped slices, spitting seeds into the moonlight.
My voice has been loved before. I once loved my voice. I once chirped like a bird. All the cats knew I was a bird. Young bird, fresh bird, naive wordy birdie. I once let my voice be used my voice for my lover's use. I once was used for my voice, so smooth, the silkiness of my mother's voice before I ever knew. Her voice in the distance, a beacon to the place called home. I once longed for a voice, the heart of the universe descending upon lowly clay. But when it drew near, it was so glorious I thought I would break, and so I begged it away, then felt my heart break. And in the break I found my voice I loved, my voice, my lover, my tender old bird.
This next poem is called Why You Never Get in a Fight in Elementary School. And it's from my most recent collection, The Book of Wounded Sparrows, published by Texas Review Press. In this country, everything about you is foreign, and no one likes the look of scarcity. You want to tell them that when you draw a river on a piece of paper, a fish always jumps out of it, and you're always ready to catch it. You want to be the fish, but instead you are a boy and the home you know begins to fill with water. There goes the chair where your father sat to eat his dinner by the light of the kerosene lamp. There goes the only memory you have of your mother's feet. You want to tell them that the ocean where you stand is not an ocean, but your new country, where your body will be lifted by all the nameless ways of missing someone.
So I write a lot about the Virgin Mary because I want to understand the faith my grandmother had in her. And when I started this project, I wanted to write a poem about each of her identities, and because it confused me, there's so many. And I found out that there were over 22,000 identities for her all over the world. And I decided to focus on the virgins that my grandmother prayed to. And I love etymology. Etymology is the history of words, how words became what they are and what they mean. For example, Ariadne, we get her name. She was turned into a spider by Hera, and we get the word arachnid from that. So word histories are amazing for you to play with when you write your poetry. And this poem deals a little bit with some of that etymology and maybe some of the magic of words. So this is Mar Aria, and an aria or aria is a piece of music for one voice only, and it's used to express intense emotion. So keep that idea of an aria in mind. So this is Mar Aria. Maria, plural of mare, Latin for seas. Mar, me mareas, spots on the moon once thought to be oceans, seas guiding mariners. As a girl, marinera, marinera, mareada, I floated in el mar with my ama, each in our own black inner tube. We trusted el mar like we did the saline waters when we floated in our mother's bodies before we were born. We inject ingredients of el mar into our blood when we think we might die. If the name Maria is an accident of etymology, I am only more mareada. Babies point to the moon and say, Ma.
Fighting for peace. What can one do to fight for peace? Get out in the street, march with your feet. What can you do if you oppose war? Lay down your weapon and fight no more. And if your politician is filled with hate, vote for the other candidate. For we really do have a choice if we speak out and raise our voice. The sword will fall before the pen if we stand together with a friend. Fornicating for chastity is like drinking for sobriety. But fighting for peace is what we must do if we want peace on earth to continue.
So this piece is entitled Overly Ripened, and it's in my book that drops in March. And it is entitled Overly Ripened, and the book is entitled The Seasoned Woman on Gnashing Teeth Publishing. Yeah. Let's go, Rob. Check it. I be feeling so old sometimes. Overly ripened. I be feeling so grown sometimes. Overly ripened. I be feeling so old sometimes. Overly ripened. I be feeling so old sometimes, so grown sometimes. Ripen. When loose replaces taut. When serums can be bought for these under eye circles, puffs, and bags. Here's the real gag. Collagen and estrogen used to be my closest friends. But then stretch marks and wrinkles decided to start beefing with me. My skin is hyperpigmented and the veins are showing, chin hairs growing. I got these lumpy legs. Everything is beginning to spread. Just look at the arm flab and back flat. Cellulite. My hairline ain't sitting right. My morning face could stir a fright. It's very scary, not contrary or trite. I remember when my fruit was supple and ripe for the picking. I recall before my biological clock started ticking and age started kicking my tail. Youth is a fleet of ships setting sail. Beauty is a fugitive, and I'm in pursuit but thrown off of its trail. I be feeling so old sometimes. When did my vision fail? I'm trying on fashionable readers to magnify the fine print. My time is spent researching skincare and hair treatment regimens to keep it clear. Keep it full, keep it thick, any color other than gray and white, take your pick. Gotta stay equipped with bottled water and a portable fan in case a hot flash hits dry land. This internal inferno doesn't skip a day. When my body overheats, I do not play, okay? I don't do jokes or make like, not to mention my emotions are a stick of dynamite. I remember when my fruit was supple and ripe for the picking. I recall before my biological clock started ticking and my age was kicking my tail. Yeah, youth is a fleet of ships setting sail. Beauty is a fugitive and I'm in hot pursuit but thrown off of the trail. I cannot say when it started, this uphill battle with going downhill. I wonder what menopause brings and how does it feel to be the eldest woman in the room. These branches need pruning for this aging fruit before it all droops. Can I get to the root of my concerns before insecurities start to burn a hole in my vision? Dear God, it's me, Andrea. Are you listening? The sag of it. The skin tags of it, I mean moles and crow's feet, the deep-seated unsightly flare-ups of random things. It is God-awful, the gifts that old age brings. I cannot sing of this inglorious sight. I need a lotion for the day and a cream for the night. It's like being a vampire avoiding the UV rays of light. What consumes this fruit that is overly ripe? What consumes this fruit that is overly ripe? My ass perturbed. The answer is time, and he is a greedy bastard. I be feeling so old sometimes. I be feeling so grown sometimes. Overly ripened. Overly ripened. Overly ripened. Hey. Yeah. Overly ripened. Overly ripened.
This is Wreckage from Mesquites Teach Us to Bend, my book that's coming out from Lamar University Literary Press in June of this year. And I should mention a book that has photographs of the mesquites on my property by Ramin Samandari. Wonderful, wonderful photographs of these beautiful trees. This is Wreckage. A poem that did not start out to be political. This is what the storm and the breakdown of February 2021 left us with. A deep appreciation for showers and the flushing of toilets. Depleted stock of candles, wax on the table, collapsed cacti. Sad to see whole continents of nopal, those great green hands which raised their questions to the sky, tumbled onto themselves, a strewn deck of cards, a 52 pickup of spiny loss, and our majestic agaves with spears turned yarrow white yellow, and even on the still green white with wrinkles of stress on their once smooth spines. And phone calls and emails from friends and relatives concerned about how we were faring, fury at the politics of energy and how they play out on our lives, wreckage and anger, wreckage and cleanup, wreckage and bird song, almost saving us for spring. And after all this, to say nothing of what wreckage left in the wake of 4 years, lying, storming, pandemic, loss, all of it to be cleaned away with masks, vaccines, and brooms, and shovels, and axes, and ballots, and memorials.
This is Ponquera Diatriba number 5, The Working Dead. I am walking dead, working class, working poor, living without a living wage. For the wages of sin is death, for the wages for slaves are their own dying flesh. The Jefe says, time to make the donuts, time to walk the dead like dogs. We beat a dead workhorse, of course, of course. Are you beat down like me, a slave to the wage? The working dead, working, but never getting ahead? They fund sustainable rage versus a sustainable wage. Inequitable labor for our marginalized lives lived in the shadows of the profit margins. The waking poor walked the sleeping giant. It tossed and turned and might wake up hungry. Hunger in America? Hunger is America. Shh, the American worker is sleepwalking. They say it's dangerous to wake a sleepwalker, but that's a lie. So lie down and sheep. Now work up and go to wake. Tightrope walking, balancing multiple workloads and multiple jabs, multiple jobs, burning the candle at both ends. Walking tension wires for tension wages, for tension headaches, we set tension fires. Light candles for thousands laid off. Set dumpster fires for thousands fired. Working myself to death, a dead man working. Working class American, working ass American. I am that burra. Walking in circles on the picket line, a fine tightrope line. We unionize. or lie down in sheep, then work up and go to wake. Work it, work it, work it. Now sissy that walk out. We walk a fine picket line. Scabs don't care, our wounds never scab. We bleed out our lifeblood. I owe my soul to the corporate store. Debt digging deeper, deeper, hoping I dig myself out before I dig my own grave.
The next poem I'm going to read is written by a Chinese-American poet. Her name is Wang Ping. She's originally from Shanghai. The collection of her poems is entitled, My Name is Immigrant. I had the occasion to meet Wang Ping when she was a featured poet at the Rio Grande Poetry Festival, and I was enchanted by her and her work and her poetry, so that is why I chose her poem. It's called What Marwan Carries Across the Desert. He carries a bag, tattered memories of his mama and sister. He carries dust, thousands of miles from home in Syria. He carries tears, plaster dry on his cheeks, wrinkled from desert sun. He carries pleas scratched from his sand-filled throat. He's Marwan, 4 years old. Born to play marbles, run around all day with his siblings, playmates, born to get dirty, get into trouble, and get yelled at by his loving parents. It's not his job to play hide and seek with soldiers armed to the teeth. It's not his job to teeter through the desert, too tired to lift his eyes, too understanding to call his papa to wait and hold his hand. He carries hunger, thirst, loneliness. He carries the question why he is walking in this God-forsaken desert. He carries the fear that his family will soon vanish from his downcast eyes. He carries the weight of the century that abandons him, his parents, his country. He's Marwan, 4 years old. Born to beg mama for one more goodnight song. Born to beg papa for one more lift into the sky. It's not his job to carry the tragedy and war in tattered plastic. It's not his job to carry the sorrow and failure of humanity. He carries the chasm of 20 steps separating him from his papa. He carries the greed of superpowers and corporations and politics. He carries the nonsensical violence of this epoch. He carries the conscience and despair of civilization. He's Marwan, 4 years old, born to raise his eyes to the stars and ask 10,000 questions, born to wonder and marvel at the world, its unfolding magic of love. It's not his job to limp through the desert in despair, not his job to slant his tidy body to support the weight of violence. We've failed you, Marwan, 4 years old, as your mother, father, brother, sister, as a poet, professor, human rights expert, empathy maker, as a country, as a species, as democracy and all the lofty slogans. But I swear, Marwan, 4 years old, to all the sand under your feet, to every teardrop on your face, I shall not let you wither in the desert. We shall not let you perish in the void.
This next piece is entitled Eye Contact. What a time to be alive. Realize every time that I arrive, a glitch in the holy manifest, magnificent. It's just a hint at the overall concept, condensed to the past tense. Elements illuminate this basement. Where are we now? Surrounded by labyrinths and fake choices. Strained voices from cries unheard. Our compliance has been mastered. Sit and wait, delicate doomsday dress. How lovely, my fair lady. AI-generated aspirations. Fertilize these stories with your company. What am I but an accumulation of all these experience? Listen and hear me well. All is not what it seems. Dreams are real and my adolescence has ascended. Now all I am left with is functioning performance. Cicada data breach, hieroglyphic mountain peaks. Save the bumblebees, breathe glitter. Speak in tongues, you zany shapeshifter, Big Dipper and other constellations, lost in her eyes on occasion, hopeless magnum opus choking on psychosis. I hope no one cares to notice or bears to witness. Fish sticks, late night sitcom. What is there left to lose? Lace up those shoes and stay prepared. Better yet, stay persistent. Not a man but a mystic posed as the poet's hyper-focused forehead kiss with every affirmation. Simplistic in our stimulation, silly simulation, stay puppet with all those strings. You're telling me that all angels have wings? Whistle while you work. What is all this doubt? Evil was his name. He walked into the party unannounced. Complicated narrated paradox. Lost in all the antiquated longing. Billow out the window of a glass house. How much more can I extend? Mouse maze, rat race, lion's den. Surely you have realized by now that this is a surrealist afterlife and we are all absurdist actors in a one-world stage. And most days, we confuse shadows for reflections, so I'll leave you with this. Watch the way your body reacts. Take note of the way your energy tends to float in any given situation. Any more information is too much information. You have everything you need. There is nothing you lack. And when you're speaking to the soul, don't forget to make eye contact.
Sweetness ferments into a beast. I am manifesting honey, the way a mouth stretches its tongue toward flowers, reaching for the sun, an offering to the sky, aching from rain. Its longing spills into the soil. My mouth curves into passion, waking skin from its silence. A fugitive, trembling. It finds its way home, golden sap rising. Sunlight slides between petals, pulling within the tenderness of sex. The blooming surrender swells sweetly, a command trembling in the belly. Creation spreads its decree. I move through the swarm, my body thick with life. Pheromones drip, binding my lovers. I devour their offerings. Nectar for my flight, for the ritual of my rising. My body, an altar, my womb, the hive, my birthing, the architect of life. I swarm my lust, the hum of wings in my veins. I rise, a queen. I am manifesting honey, the ambered weight of love. Lips trace my trembling edges, a tongue drawn to my surrender. I dissolve in gold. This body becomes nectar, a spilling, sticky and warm.
Every year, San Antonio hosts some of the biggest Dia de los Muertos events in the world, and I am very lucky to be performing at some of these events. I also commission Calavera poems from many, many people during the season, and this is one of the Calavera poems that I most enjoyed writing this time. This is Calavera poem for Enedina Quintana. I'd better be careful when going to get this one, said La Muerte, for I've heard it said that her living spirit is fierce y muy fuerte. She has a unique way, they say, of pronouncing her name, so I'd better get it right, or else I might be in for a downright street fight. Esa sí no es una cualquiera, and if you rub her the wrong way, es bien peleonera. I'm La Muerte, and I don't mean to taunt, but she's so proud of the fact that her primo was famous and that his picture is hanging at Mi Tierra Mexican restaurant. So once I take her, that's one of the places she'll probably want to come back and haunt. When I go get her, I'd better schedule an extra hour or two. Yes, I think that's a definite thing, because I hear que that rowdy mujer really thinks she can sing. And before we finally turn out the lights, she'll probably make me listen at least 5 times to Freddie Fender's Wasted Days and Wasted Nights. Even though her life is getting on late, she's probably insisting on making me wait, telling me stories about how her singing career, if she had actually had one, would have probably been great. Nombre, to get straight to the point, I heard it said that she's so slick and so smooth, she once slipped money to her granddaughter at a late-night taco joint booth in such a way that made the young girl feel like it was a secret drug deal. She told the same nieta that her breasts were as precious as rubies. And don't ever forget that it's because of me, mija, that you got those nice boobies. Whatever the matter and whatever the stakes, she's one of those women who admits all her mistakes. So I'd better be careful and do whatever it takes. She admits to not being the best kind of mother, but as a grandma, they say that she was pretty darn cool. And she lived all of her life being nobody's fool. She was a hopeless romantic, always viviendo her vida with ultimate glee. And that's why we remember her every day of the dead with great gusto, amor, and hilarity.
It is the story of all stories, how we become, how the journey takes us to the far and the away, and what we are destined to bring back with us. We start flying so close to the stars because we believe, in fact, we are a star. It is our gift to give back to the world what we know, what we understand as certain as our truth. We are carried into the great sky on vast wings of the thunderbird. In the village, it is the children who make the law, tell the stories of creation, reenact how the world was made, the rise and fall of our civilizations. Swords and books and blankets and dolls, scripts and songs will tell the past and the future of what has been, of what will always be. It is, always will be, the song of the child whose voice we follow home.
An ode is a type of poem where you write about something or someone that you love. I decided to write an ode to something sweet. It's called Ode to the Empanada. Oh, pan dulce, treat so sweet, fruit-filled, leaving me fulfilled at morning for breakfast, at mid-morning snack, sneaking you to my office desk, in the mid-afternoon after siesta, at my abuelita's con una coca mexicana, or whenever someone has come to visit, I hope that they say, mira, te traje esta empanada, rellenas de pineapple or strawberry, queso or camote, and lest we forget, Mexicanos were the first to enjoy pumpkin spice pastries. Hipster Chicanos eating empanadas de calabaza on summer days before it was cool. My sister used to call them empanothings. She must have been slighted by a baker on a budget. There was relleno rationing during the recession. It was hard times back then, but not now, not today. See, I'm turning up with this empanada. Turned up so it looks like a smile for me. And who would not empathize with an empanada? Be a pan dulce, bringing comfort to the populace in pain. Be filled with joy and happiness. And maybe some mermelada de fresa, just for good measure. Allow me the power of fortune tellings, because with these eyes I see, your days will be filled with bliss, elation, and satisfaction. In other words, there's a whole lot of empanada in your future.
I am Alejandra Sanchez Alanis, and it is my honor to be in your ear and in your heart space. Thank you to URBAN-15, y muchas gracias a la mera maestra Tafolla for inviting me. Estoy muy agradecida. Thank you for welcoming me into your energy space. I'm a lyrical poetess, translingual, language docent, and I'm going to read you a poem about identity and about feminism. This is titled Mujer que no cabe, which means a woman that doesn't fit. The smell of fideo toasting, and when the tomate, cebolla, and ajo hits, the sizzle reminds me of pure organic intention. I take pride in my confections. I handpick produce with cariño. Me importa lo que tragas. I want my sons to eat my love, my lover to drown in the aroma. Soy mujer que no cabe. I'm different. I'm a woman that doesn't fit. Mi sopa de estrellas cura constelaciones. My food resurrects memories and espíritus from the dead. My taste doesn't follow white powdered donuts, neither a plain loaf of white bread. My mouth code switches languages at the speed of light without thinking. I speak English to communicate. I parlay and rhyme in Espanol to feel the world around me. English are Legos and blue jeans, a white t-shirt, and Espanol is fresh masa. It's malleable, intentional, as a guiso accessory. My words don't fit within a monolingual, single prism society. Como que English doesn't cut it. Make Español inagua mejor again. The Americas united again. The sound of Juan Gabriel rancheras and the snap of the bottle top off the cold cervecitas, crispy chicharron rinds with guacamole remind of edible and audible emotion. Transported me back to the mercadito, a marchante asking, Oiga, ¿qué lleva, güerita? Why am I white as bread there and brown Hispanic Latinx over here? My savor doesn't fit inside Fruit Loops or a simple bag of Ruffle chips and dip. Blink-182 doesn't hold up to Rocío Dúrcal, Nazi Peluso, or Tigres del Norte. No, hombre. Miller Lite is Victoria's distant cousin, and Modelo is Bud Light's mother. What's everything without limón y chile? My modos don't fit. I'm a woman that doesn't fit. My bravoso ethnic hair embroidered fashion is admired, copy not always celebrated, only when convenient and when the margaritas are on happy hour. Culture vultures borrow my ethnicity, traditions, names, trendy fashions, and culinary delicacies. They know not of reverence of the indigenous, the maíz, the Solkin calendar. Not knowing that Tenochtitlan thrived before Venice, our people understood celestial heavens. Sport Reboso, Huipil, Atejuana like Frida, or China Poblana like Carlota. Our swag dates back 3,000 years before, yes, Plymouth. We transform at the drop of a bolero, o corrido, o grito. Tengo una lengua salvaje, untamed tongue. I'm the voice of my ancestros y sigo costumbres y digo oraciones y creo en el mal ojo. No soy una sinvergüenza. I have no shame to claim. I'm a palpable orgullo y que. I'm a woman that doesn't fit. My words are meant to cut like a tecpatl obsidian knife. Soy hecha de negra piedra volcánica. My mestizaje of la madre patria, España, indigenous, dark skin of my abuela and father, Güera Monterrey, norteña, isn't all visible just by looking at me. I exist in between the Texas and the Béjar and the Zeta y el ole y ay girly, órale. In between bolillos, chilaquiles, Bill Miller, pico de gallo, tequila, and ketchup, I'm a woman that doesn't fit. I carry intentional rebellion inside my persona. I carry the reverence of my poems, every single one, una oración. You can't teach ancestral intuition nor pride of gente. I'm the firstborn, terca me han dicho. My name anglicized all of my childhood because Alejandra wasn't trendy yet. Soy mujer que no cabe dentro de tu boca. My mother tongue doesn't fit inside of your mouth. I'm cantos, corajes y sueños de mis tías, primas, abuelas y madre. I'm salsa, chile de árbol, sopa de conchitas y picadillo. Come de mí, come de mi gente. Eat our emotion and eat our resilience. Eat from the millennia of our existence. Welcome to our Americas. Soy nieta de la revolución. Ninguna bala me mata. Soy revolución. As my abuela would say, álzalo, hijita. Save the 100 bravura bill inside your wallet when broke. Save your furor spirit inside your chest when left sola. I'm a Chicana woman that fits. I'm a woman that doesn't fit inside a plain white bread box. Second little part of this poem is somewhat of a incantation prayer. Que seas peligrosa, mujer. Seas el bolero que canta el alma, delirio igual que calma. Furor igual que rabia, que seas una mujer peligrosa. En palabra, oración y convicción. Que comen de tu fruta, sabor a fruta del campo. Que arde como fuego ceremonial, que sepan qué es amar. Luchar con manía y con locura, hermana. Retalvo de oro eres, divina eres, bálsamo en peligro de extinción eres. Conocimiento colectivo, hermana. No existe fronteras en el espíritu, cuerpo y alma. Muchas gracias.
As for the others, quién sabe. Yo, por mi parte, te espero. Con paciencia te espero. Me conformo con tu sonrisa. Quiéreme, te digo. Quiéreme y te querré. Eres algo divino. Una luz en mi cielo gris. Todo se desaparece cuando tú estás cerca de mí. ¿Que no ves? No puede ser que tú no veas lo muy profundo de nuestro amor. Y si acaso estoy equivocado, perdóname. Y sigue sonriéndose conmigo.
This poem is called The Flame Inside. We all have a flame inside that shines to light our path. Our flame glows of passion and love, and sometimes of fury and wrath. Each of us is in charge of our own. We cannot place blame on another. If one day it engulfs you with rage, or one day your flame starts to wither, my flame always acknowledges yours, and your flame always acknowledges mine. When we speak, more than words are exchanged. We're trading our shimmer and shine. People will always try to put out your light, and it's always your choice if you let them. Trying to stomp out what they don't have themselves? Ask yourself, what will that get them?
Muñeca de San Ángel. Working the squeeze box behind the wheel, watching a Western in his small room in Coatepec, she was partly of that world, tropical and ancient, and her laughter was all tamarindo and mischief, blood clotted with michote and chile. From a fatherless clan, left to the streets, taken in by pirates, petty thieves, slick-haired vatos who separate decent folk from their money, hawking tamales by the ruins where all I can offer is the way back. How to find the centripetal center past the turning vastness of avenidas, piazzas, periféricos. A woman whose breath was pure ether of another woman's whole chemistry. Walk a lament without words. Let it rotate slowly through the four houses of blood, breath, bone, and song. Waking to bugles when La Guardia came out to raise the colors and the streets still full of haze. That viejo of 90 years, pariente in denim jacket, turning over dirt on his third wife's grave, sinking from heavy rains. He dreamed with us, praying all along, machete, vanilla, honey and ash, totonaco, olmeca, mexica, chichimeca, tzompantepec, xicochimalco, Ixhuacán, Ayahualulco, Jalapa, Zempoala, Cholula, rotating, turning slowly toward the next eclipse.
I feel you stirring within me, the color of blood-red lipstick on the mouth singing freedom songs. How can the color of steel be the same as fire? Blade of my tongue, obsidian, glowing, cutting and healing at the same time. I feel you stirring. Every sound I've only whispered, every song still waiting in each lung, every stomp of my foot, snap of my neck, stretch of my fingers, every clench of my fist. Teach me how to channel your fire through these bones. Every lift of my head, every smile of my joy, every flit of my tongue, every word tumbling forth from the deep. Let me chant the chant of eternity. I will be free, they will be free, we will be free. Let me add to the symphony for humanity. Thank you. I love you. I forgive you. I'm sorry. And hate has no home here. Nobody is free until everybody's free. I feel you stirring. Wake me up. Wake me up. Wake me up.
This next poem is called Desaparecer, and it's also from the Book of Wounded Sparrows. It's a scientific fact that if you keep your eyes open for a long period of time, eventually, all that you see will disappear. Like the word disappear, disappears in its Spanish translation, desaparecer. Can you hear the traces of what's left, of what's carried over? What is left is the chameleon who can move its eyes in two directions at once, and not once will you move twice to save your life. Desaparecer, meaning don't get lost, don't die, come home. And your home empty of metaphors, and your metaphors empty of mercy. And you find yourself either writing about a quiet country that you no longer remember, or about a name that still hurts you when you dare whisper it in the dark rooms of your empty kingdom. Maybe we should be friends. I'll be your accomplice. The eye pronouncing itself, the eye that stays open so you can see the truth in the opposite of disappear. Don't worry about this now, for even if you lose your sense of sight, you'll still be able to see your dreams. You'll be able to see what they who burn without light can't. How do you quantify the fractions of your life that have nothing to do with seeing? Tell me, and I will tell you that sometimes I wake trembling at not finding you next to me, and I fall asleep feeling the opposite of holy, untranslated, on the blank of your face, and I see nothing left to carry me over.
This is a poem about the Virgin also, and this is a part of a longer poem called La Virgen, depending on which side of the border you believe in. Because there's La Virgen de San Juan de los Lagos, who is north of Guadalajara in Mexico, and her twin, who's here in Texas, La Virgen de San Juan del Valle. And this is partly about the story about how that happened. So a few priests thought that it was too hard to cross the border in the 50s, and they decided to create a twin with an artist in Mexico. And on their trip to meet the artist, their car slid and careened around a dangerous road, and a man and a woman helped them in the middle of the night and fix their car so they could continue with this journey. So this poem tells the rest of that story. It's called Slide. Driving back to give thanks, the priests found no house where they had slid off the road and received help. Believers knew why, that you'd traveled to them as miracles do, without papers. After my childhood surgery, Buelita traveled like a miracle across the border to San Antonio. She told me later how I ran to her down the long hall, my hospital gown dragging on the floor, my catheter among many other tubes coming out of my body, me pulling the IV pole that sloshed with my fluids. I'd been opened and sewn back together just days before. I had 3 new belly buttons to show and 2 smiley faces cut across my stomach. But in that moment that I ran, I had forgotten everything but her. Decades later, I asked her, after our chile rellenos, "Why do you pray to that virgin?" And she shook her prayer card, gripped between her thumb and forefinger. "Porque es muy milagrosa?" she scolded. Out of horror, I'd never seen cross her face before. She realized I'd been spelunking poorly along the craggy mountains of faith all my life. But once, when I biked up a mountain one summer in Colorado, I came across snow and an ice cap, and my bulky tires would not grip, and my shoes needed to dig so that I did not slip. And at the top, the ground dropped to form a large pool formed by centuries of snow melt and stone. It was a teal-colored secret eye that only the sky and I could see. Esos tus ojos refulgentes a mí.
I remember Langston Hughes. I remember Walt Whitman. I call this poem, I Hear San Antonio Singing. The Korean student wants to study accounting, goes to junior college. The guy from the Congo got a speeding ticket, takes a defensive driving course. The artist lives with his husband, has paintings in the Smithsonian. The veteran served in Operation Enduring Freedom, lives in a storage unit. The restaurant owner doesn't speak English, but knows how to hire those who do. The little church, now in its 9th location, hasn't missed a Sunday in 30 years. Puerto Rican poet runs an open mic, working on his 4th book. Muscular black father works at the gym. His little boy thinks the world of him. The man from Pakistan supports his family, works the night shift at the gas station. The divorced dad from the little town moved to the big city to be near his kid. The sports fan from Colombia, accent thick as coffee, works at the radio station. The Arabian girl who wears her hijab and her pride to school. The India desk clerk mops the floor when he has the time, also owns the motel. The French cook, she's a film buff and a professor at the university. The janitor listens to blues records, drives a Cadillac, put 3 children through school. The preacher speaks 3 languages, just returned from the missionary in Belize. El Placazo, helping humanity learn, bringing culture news to the neighborhood. The Peace and Justice Center, offering Esperanza, part of the community for 35 years. URBAN-15, dancing with joy with a philosophy of inclusion. I hear San Antonio singing.
So, keeping in the theme of talking about libraries, because we got books suspended over our head and whatnot, I'm going to do a poem that I actually have been working on for 2 or 3 years, and I never finished it until 2 days ago. I don't even have a title for it, but it's about the library, just like that cover poem I did. So, right now it's called Library Poem. Maybe you can help me name it. Seek shelter in the binding, finding an oasis. Action, adventures, fiction, and non-fictional fantasy awaits thee. Beauty in the eye of the beholder holding a book. Can you be taken from the terrace of your thoughts? Captured in a reality all your own, unlocked by an author's hands. Those who've never read the story simply will not understand the plot lines unfolding in your intrepid palms. The sleeves of the book and the shelves breathe life into endless possibilities. The stacks keep track of history achieved. Believe and make believe transfer from imagination to creation, flying above head after crawling up from dank dungeons with talons and claws. Clues that creep out of the mist under a sleuth's discovery. Romance that intensifies over the course of arousing summer heat. A letter penned by a delicate quill in the equinox and preserved. A horrific tale recanted from a jail cell that haunts us without decaying. A replaying of a theater drama worthy of cinematic reels. An atlas of destinations that appeal to world travelers' minds. A collection of photographic portraits of design. An attic flung open holding an anthology of masters. An unearthed archive of basement encyclopedias for tales of crafters. Hungry readers seek after plentiful pleasure and knowledge. To have the irises satisfied with a buffet of delectable words in a sumptuous situation. The library encapsulates the plenitude of endless destinations. An institution of wonders, unrestricted, where there are volumes tucked in silence being gifted to the masses. The classes become commoners and paupers become pompous. The overcast shines clearly and the foreshadowing follows the seeking eyes. A series of novels whisper clamoring color in muted surprise. Truth defies gravity, lifting limitless into the small spaces. The centuries meet each other door to door in the corridors of human gaze. pupils glazed with excitement and enchanted by spell-binding words. Meet me at the checkout counter while scanning back covers for interesting blurbs. I will see you at the library. You're welcome in.
This poem, kind of titled on the Rare Days, is from a chapbook called the Thoreau Book, which is due to be published sometime in 2025 by Octavio Quintanilla's A la Brava Press. And these short poems and musings and quotations from Thoreau's journals are all part of my pandemic project, which was to read daily the entirety of Thoreau's journals, a project that I think changed my life. This is on the rare days. On the rare days he doesn't read Thoreau's journals, he notices that he doesn't notice things. The world slips by before it registers, and all at once he's standing empty-handed at the potluck of the world.
This is a poem I read last year, and I remember in the introduction I said it would be a song someday, and so 1 year later it is a song. This is Dayglow for Polystyrene of X-Ray Specs. Polystyrene was a prophet, saw the world through day-glow eyes. Plastic pimped the earth for profit, promising convenient lives. Polystyrene was a prophet, saw the world through day-glow eyes. Big oil pimped the earth for profit, telling manufactured lies. Designed for single use, then damned
First world shopaholics binge and purge on plastic thrills, while third world masses clamber over our exported landfills. In our water, in our meat, absorbed through skin and in the air, in everything we drink and eat. Microplastics everywhere. She saw the world turn day glow and the people sang along. A nightmare we can't wake from. How I wish she had been wrong. Polystyrene was a prophet. Saw the world through day glow eyes. Plastic pimped the earth for profit, promising convenient lives. Polystyrene was a prophet. Saw the world through day glow eyes. Big oil pimped the earth for profit. Now polystyrene tears. We cry. We cry. We cry. We cry.
I was asked to select a poem by a poet who I admired greatly. And I selected one of my generation, the poet laureate, or I should say the Nobel laureate of poetry, of literature, Bob Dylan. And I'd like to read to you All Along the Watchtower. I think it's germane to the situation that we're facing now, and even more so offers some consolation as well as some thoughts of where we're headed and perhaps what type of apocalyptic times that we are living through at this time as well. So here goes. All along the watchtower. There must be some way out of here, said the joker to the thief. There's too much confusion. I can't get no relief. Businessmen, they drink my wine. Plowmen, they dig my earth. None of them along the line know what any of it is worth. No reason to get excited, the thief, he kindly spoke. There are many here among us who feel life is but a joke. But you and I, we've been through that, and that is not our fate. So let us not talk falsely now. The hour is getting late. All along the watchtower, Princess kept the view, while all the women came and went, barefoot servants too. Outside, in the distance, a wildcat did growl. Two riders were approaching, and the wind began to howl. Muchas gracias. Stay safe. Stay well. Peace.
This next piece is entitled Majestic Mosaic. Piece by piece I find peace. I said piece by piece I find peace. One fragment at a time I combine my destiny, because this life is a blank canvas, an empty page waiting for my story. So line by line I align my reality. But I cannot do it alone, because I am just a portion of a greater whole, an extension of existence, so we are not separate, which means each one of us must find peace. And by that, I mean inner peace. And by that, I mean of the mind. No need to separate or divide. You see, that's not how a mosaic works. Only piece by piece can you find peace. So you must allow yourself to be stained glass. Just take a deep breath and step back and let the paint drip. You are colors and they are nice, but spectrums have perspective spikes. I mean peaks, I mean summits. You see, sometimes it takes a moment for all these words to fit right, but there is no need to rush, because when you stand in the present, you are timeless. And by that, I mean infinite. And by that, I mean complete. Like when all the pieces fit together perfectly, and don't worry, this will be over soon. But if nothing is forever, that must mean that forever is nothing. A vacuum, an endless void of laughter. And by nothing, I mean silence. And by silence, I mean like finding your center. I would recommend to meditate. And by that, I mean don't wait, to believe. And believe, I mean, you just got to be and leave the rest. See, you've just got to be and leave the rest behind in your mind, because when you stand in the moment, it's perfect. And don't forget that when you stand in the present, you are timeless. And by that I mean infinite. And by that I mean complete. Like when all the pieces fit together perfectly, and don't worry, this is happening to you. Together we will work in harmony like individual notes of a symphony, because this majestic mosaic can only happen piece by piece until we all find peace, until we reach the grand total, until we have the finished draft. Dare I say, till we all become whole. Dare I say, till we all become holy. You see, we have to become a masterpiece, a great art form, living and dripping by example and inspiration. We have to master the pieces we have been given in order to connect to our reason, our humanity, because only piece by piece does the art become exquisite. So piece by piece we will find peace until this majestic mosaic is finished.
Decolonization is not gentle. Cassiopeia's jeweled body rests across the satin bruise of sky. Carmine fades into violet. I am becoming the river. The Sabinal waters spread through my hollows, pressing against my muscle, pulsing apart my thighs. Currents ache out the shape of my body. My skin holds the scent of rain after fire. Mesquite wood, sweet and sharp, clings to damp stone. The metallic tang of riverbanks, raw with erosion. I am Sabinal, wet and restless, waters heavy with the taste of cypress husks and limestone. The landscape nestles itself through the parting of my hips. Land writhes as my lover, knowing each curve and wanting more. Always more. Cassiopeia aligns as my eternal witness. Her light glides across my surface. Her scribed stars sync with my being. Her light sinks into me. We merge with earth, with every river. Together we forge power. Know me. Not in the sharpness of vanity and conquering words, but in the low guttural moan of my release, my waters devour. The pool of my spine arches toward the night. My current drowns out the lies until there is nothing. I, as a river, claw through bedrock. My determination pulls at flesh and bone. My star-soaked cedar presses against the throat that suppresses my words. I am Sabinal River rising, tearing down the boundaries that have been built. I pour truth into the cracks of what remains. This is my return to the swollen skies of my ancestors, to the rush of river waters against rock, to Cassiopeia's gaze. I ignite the fire. I am the flood and the blaze, the Sabinal and the stars, a body that surges and singes, that consumes and creates, that calls the terrain to come closer. Come closer. Feel the waters coursing through my hips, the sky laboring in my breath, the cosmos drumming the rhythm of my heart. I am unbroken and undeniable, a body of land, of stars, and rivers that refuse.
I was at a friend's house when he saw a truck outside and panicked, and it turns out that it was the city water truck, and they were gonna shut off his water any day, and he had all these pitchers of water on the counter, and I just thought it was a cool poem to write, because a lot of us are going through this kind of stuff all the time, and I just did not know it. It's a very short piece called City Water Truck. Keep on rolling, city water truck. Yes, you'll keep on rolling, rolling, rolling if I have any luck. That meter in the alley is your ally, not your enemy. And if you choose to not stop here, it would mean so much to me. I look upon the counter and I see that I've been a fool, for I see merely 2 pitchers full, and I still have to take a birdie shower, 'cause I've got to be at work in an hour. I hope I get a lucky strike like when I go bowling. So city water truck, kindly take a hike and keep on rolling, rolling, rolling.
The soul knows a map when it sees one. Clues in a child's world are the code for the life you know you will lead. A tie-dye t-shirt of your father's looks like a mandala. It whispers to you in your dreams. That wall over there with no window, faces east. Beyond it is India, where Ganesha waits your offering. The runaway chihuahuas in your Mexican neighborhood are sentinels whose alarms sound throughout Chichen Itza lowlands. They are carried across streams and stars and echo in the valleys of Sardinian orchards. The ashes of all the cigarettes our parents have ever smoked is how the phoenix inside us transforms, rises, and flies away in search of clean air to breathe. Those ashes, lingering still in our lungs, in our skin, in our clothes, still give us our flight. A deck of cards in the trailer will tell the fortunes of our daughters. The cards show you move further and further away from the homeland that was once a Celtic shore, an Appalachian holler, a Coahuilan desert, a forest of the Ramapau Lenape. Our map, our flight, our migrant saga of mothers and fathers, of forests and rivers, always keep the telling, always know this telling, always hold the code of our knowing. A girl's bike, a book of poems, a collection of the records that you had to leave behind. The childhood friend who is still your friend. The great love of your life, who has always loved you, who has patiently waited in the snowy hinterlands, setting a path of smooth stones that you will see from the sky and follow. The soul knows a map when it sees one.
Todos me dicen el negro llorona, negro, pero cariñoso. Todos me dicen el negro llorona, negro, pero cariñoso. Yo soy como el chile verde, llorona, picante pero sabroso. Yo soy como el chile verde, llorona, picante pero sabroso. Y ay de mí, llorona, 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 de ayer y hoy. Y ay de mí, llorona, 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 de ayer y hoy. Ayer era maravilla, llorona, y ahora ni sombra soy. Si ayer era maravilla, llorona, y ahora ni sombra soy. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Y ay de mí, llorona, 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 de azul celeste. Y ay de mí, llorona, 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 de azul celeste. Y aunque la vida me cueste, llorona, no dejaré de quererte. Si aunque la vida me dé, llorona, no dejaré de quererte. Dicen que no tengo duelo, llorona, porque no me ven llorar. Dicen que no tengo duelo, llorona, porque no me ven llorar. Hay muertos que no hacen ruido, llorona, y es más grande su pena. Si hay muertos que no hacen ruido, llorona, y es más grande su pena. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay.
A Golden Shovel is a type of poem that was invented by Terence Hayes. It's a poem where the poetry of another poet is taken, lines from their poem, and each word in that line or lines becomes the last word in the lines of your poem. So this is called a golden shovel. Abuelito who throws coins after Sandra Cisneros. Como te extraño, abuelito. morning walks with coins to buy aguacates to see who you might encounter. Today, it throws me off. Los tiempos no son como antes. Coins are archaic, replaced by chip cards and payment apps like your talks, replaced by silence and static. I hear you in the rain. I miss the sound of your eating arroz de frijoles and your dentures handling the tasks. No one asks me anymore, you sabe? No one who can answer, you sabe English? No one loves the language we spoke like we did. Not one, not her, not him. Abuelito, it was you. It was you. It was you who put me on this path to see what is, what I might find. Buy my own aguacate with today's dough. Los tiempos no son como antes. And I might find your fedora, wear it without feathers. Abuelito Mateo de Ciudad Mier, Tamaulipas, who is not a was, but an is, lives in my words, in my kids' eyes, still a watch over me, over them, over us, and each day I see you more and more and more in my reflective glass. I hear you in the rain, in the power of water.
I hear your vientre growl with hunger, your jaguar soul searching for something more, your mirada filled with all the fierceness of black night sky and the heat of stubborn stars burning siglo after siglo, refusing to disappear or dim their fire. These stars in your visión are our velas eternas, our esperanza, intent on seeking salud, intent on the long-denied justicia, intent on letting you be your real jaguar, powerful you. I am not fooled by your silencio, though sometimes others say your silence is full of story, a grito that can no longer be contained, unwilling to whisper permitted sound bites at permitted moments within set limits set by others and then restrained. Your voice is ready to explode with power, your courage aching para abrirse to its full red bloom. Mi hija, recuerda, deep in your venas queda la historia. Somos guerreras. We do not swallow injusticia, pero sin miedo, sin dudar, con mucha paz y mucho amar, we will arm ourselves with our dignidad, with our courage or our copal, or our voice or our vote or our vecindad. We will throw molcajetes if we have to, or even more dangerous, we will use words, words of power, words of truth, words of compassion, palabras para curar. Do you hear the low growl now, mija? A ronca purr right below your skin. It is our history chiming in. It is our visión for justicia al fin. It is our grito preparing to explode, fiercer than the jungle of injustice through which we forge our soft paths with strength of spirit and strength of truth. It is our voice, our story, our power, our curanderas, curación, curándonos, cuando al mundo, curando al mundo, despite the empty, spoiled bullies, the greedy billionaires, the empty-souled hombres de cartón.
Tanto tiempo de buscar. La carrera de la paciencia nos lleva en busca de la sabiduría. Pero la gente trabaja para hacer dinero. ¿Qué pasó con toda la ralea? Nos encontramos perdidos, pensándonos sanos en un mundo de locura.
This is a poem about watching my children grow. I used to hang your sun and moon and every single star. But then one day you blinked and said, "No, Mom can't reach that far." I used to be the only one to know the secret of your smile. But then one day you pushed me away, saying, "Mom, I'm not a child." I used to have a superpower. At least in your eyes I did. But then one day I realized it only works when you're a kid. I used to know the special words to quick unlock your heart. But now I'm met with a guard at the gate. Perhaps I missed a part. I used to fill the entire void, that God-sized hole in your vision. But then one day you asked a question that I couldn't answer with God-like precision. I used to touch each choice you'd make with a nudge, a snap, a smile. But then one day I noticed your own decision-making style. I used to think that motherhood can be measured by how much I'm needed, but now I see the value grows in the blossoming of what's been seeded.
I can't believe. Both of my parents are still dead. They snuck away de repente, and now when they visit, they're always dressed to the nines. My dad in dazzling white tuxedo and silver cummerbund, mother in beaded blue gown and fur stole. They assume I am of the dead like them, cupping their ears, leaning forward toward the closet. They hear the keening, treacly dirges sung sotto voce by my sentimental archive of abandoned winter clothes. My one-time favorite Bolivian sweater, ever inconsolable. I can't believe we once looked away whenever mystery arose. Walking the brush country, two angels descending, their figures were scratched out with charcoal in the rushes. A shimmering orb of iridescent silver was spinning above us, and we agreed it was a good time for a siesta. Now, they remind me we're ceaselessly striving for songs of the next dominion, in this quietest precinct of infinity. They tell me borders have even parsed eternity, and when they come here, they do so in great peril. They count the sharpened tines of an endless wall that surrounds the light of the Magellanic clouds.
In my city, the big walls get painted, then painted over again. Here we have big imaginations and long histories. My neighborhood is full of color and sound and growth. No matter how much I dig in my heels, it keeps progressing. I grew up under 2 palm trees filled with bats. The other trees held ruckus clouds of blackbirds. From the bats, I felt fear, and from the birds, amazement. The birds are gone. I left home and don't know about the bats. My dreams are simple these days. Dandelion wishes and lightning bug evenings, and a never-ending flow of clean, clear water. When I grow old and talk about my city, I'll remember the underground springs and the tower that always guided me home, and the unhindered tree limbs that covered the streets like a canopy. My words will join together into big walls layered thick with different histories, like the peeling paint of an old mural. Here we have big imaginations and long histories.
This next poem is by Ilya Kaminsky, and it's called We Lived Happily During the War. And when they bombed other people's houses, we protested, but not enough. We opposed them, but not enough. I was in my bed. Around my bed, America was falling. Invisible house by invisible house by invisible house. I took a chair outside and watched the sun. In the 6th month of a disastrous rain, in the house of money, in the street of money, in the city of money, in the country of money, our great country of money, we, forgive us, lived happily during the war.
So, as part of my study of the Virgin and the many poems that I have about her, I started studying the 7 sorrows of Mary and read about how powerful they were, and that when you pray them, you are questioned. Are you praying this correctly? Because if not, you're hurting her more. She has enough sorrows already. So, when I mention in this poem, if I am praying this right, I just want you to know I'm in conversation with those priests who are trying to scare me. I think we pray how we need to pray, if we ever do. So this one is called Sorrow Number 2. And sorrow number 2 was this moment when they said, "Take the child and his mother and fly into Egypt, for it will come to pass that Herod will seek to destroy him. For it came to pass that his life was a threat and that he would be destroyed. For it came to pass that their lives were a threat and that their lives also destroyed. For it came to pass that black lives and brown lives were such a threat that they'd become prey in the name of order, set out by the king, afraid he wasn't smart enough. A flame in the fear he'd never be mourned enough, not by his sister, his daughter, his lovers, his sons, and set out to white out all born boys. The little niños, the born boys not yet good or bad hombres, 2 and younger, standing or face down, arms up, and gumless and gunless and toothless in the wrong place at the wrong street corner. And for it came to pass that your ama hid you because the king was afraid of a turn. Una vuelta para atrás, una revolución, and you traveled across the border with her in the cover of night. Your ama doubled over, hungry and scared, and never sola, and never la única mamá who hid her child in her clothes under the skin of the black and shimmering night. And your appa on foot, on guard, both of them traveling on the word of an angel, the word of a dream. Flight across Roma, Texas, flight to Egypt from slits, from guns, from mishandled clips and thoughts and prayers, not enough. But if I am praying this right, this'll spill through the crisscross fencing between the ages, crush the crisscross hell that is the cages, free the future kings, the future sages.
San Antonio has elections coming up in May. We'll get to vote for city councilman, city councilwoman, the mayor. I was thinking about running. This is my platform. If elected, I promise, free drinks, live music, no cover, a chicken in every pot, some pot for every chicken, a car in every garage, a bus stop right outside, an end to the energy problem. No taxation without representation. No repression, depression, or repercussion. Peace in the USA. Cheaper prices, higher wages, lower taxes. No more bad weather. 2020 vision. Barbie dolls, new bikes for the children. Pacifiers for infants in infancy. Redemption for adults in adultery. Human rights, equal rights. No more mass shootings. Food for the hungry, houses for the homeless, gasoline, 35 cents a gallon. World happiness, honesty in politics, truth in advertising, an end to pestilence. No censorship. Sunshine, blue skies, silver linings, perfect health, and time to enjoy it all. Vote for me.
We're so glad you've been hanging out with us for all these pieces. This is my last piece. It's called Simply Amazing. And you've been kicking it with myself, Vet Nicole, and Rob Cockfield. I'm vocab. This is an affirmation piece meant to encourage you and remind you, in case you forget, that you're simply amazing. This is so amazing. God made you amazing. We are so amazing. Simply me. So amazing. God, you are amazing. So amazing. Simply simply me. Woke up to an epiphany of who I've become. The embodiment of my experiences coupled with temperance emanated into this song. I know right where I belong. Tucked underneath my skin is the perfect blend of grace, wisdom, and certainty. My affirmations match my expectations. My whole body is an anthem. My heartbeat keeps a drum, and it's so amazing. God, you are amazing. So amazing. Simply me. So amazing. So amazing. So amazing. Simply me. Feeling lush virtuosity, it's amazing. The blend of fabric woven meticulously, I see the good in me. Natural beauty internally, it flows through fluidly like fine linens of self-love, esteeming my heart in high regard, looking above fault lines. No more earthquakes of criticism and critique. I will not weigh myself against others because I am unique and it's amazing. God, you are amazing. Amazing. Simply me. So amazing. God, this is amazing. So amazing. Simply me. Simply me. Simply me. Simply you. Simply you. Simply us. And we are amazing. Yeah. Thank you, URBAN-15. Thank you, viewers. Much love.
So I have a new group of poems because of the soup we're in. You know that story of the frog in the water that's slowly brought to a boil and doesn't even notice? We're in bubbling water, man. We can notice, and we better notice. The group of poems is called Notes Against the New American Tyranny, and this was one of the first of them. It's called A Poem That Had Hoped to Remain Decidedly Metaphorical, but couldn't help its political veer. On the 30th anniversary of my coming to live in Texas, I am contemplating what secession would mean. The trees outside my window, the birds I filled the feeder for, the cholla, the agave, and the pencil cactus, for all their hither and yon growth, could give a damn. In fact, the mesquites just bend in the wind, and even when they break, fall, they find a way to dig back into this hard scrabble earth and live. They do not break away. No, this is not the breakaway republic, not now at least, nestled gently in the big wings of the new American tyranny. I'm sending all my friends the link to Thoreau's on civil disobedience. Secession is a personal stance, and it doesn't mean disengagement.
So this poem, Periphery, and another essay were both inspired by a trip to Morocco where I was walking through a museum and was astounded by hall after hall filled with pictures and paintings and portraits of male leaders. And finally, in one tiny little room, there were paintings of women, but they were all fully covered. And so it looked like a bunch of ghosts at a marketplace or ghosts at a river. And the few times when they were pictured without their veils, they were working, usually cleaning. So the essay goes on about how female beats in the beat movement, the Chicanas and the Chicano movement, and specifically Casey Nicole and other women in rock are written out of history, often told by men. Periphery. Halls full of walls full of sultans and chiefs. Halls full of walls full of statesmen and priests. Halls full of walls full of kings and male presidents. Halls full of walls full of men leading governments. Books filled with pages and pages singing men praises, male names, male acclaim tales and tales of male fame. Books filled with pages and pages singing men praises, male names, male acclaim tales and tales of male fame. I said we need more men on these walls, more men on these walls, more men on these walls. I said we need more monument halls with more men on the walls, more monument halls. Your blind spot is my whole reality. I live and die on your periphery. No kings, no masters. I didn't vote for you. No kings, no masters. I didn't vote for you. No kings, no masters. I didn't vote for you. No kings, no masters. I didn't vote for you. No. History will write only white men were there, but we were there, we were there, we were there, I swear. History will write no women were there, but we were there, we were there, we were there, I swear. History will write no one queer was there, but we were there, we were there, we were there, I swear. History will write you and I weren't there, but we were there, we were there, we were there, I swear. Your blind spot is my whole reality. I live and die on your periphery. No kings, no masters. I didn't vote for you. No kings, no masters. I didn't vote for you. No kings, no masters. I didn't vote for you. No kings, no masters. I didn't vote for you. No. I live and die on your periphery. 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 Books filled with pages and pages singing men praises, male names, male acclaim tales and tales of male fame. Books filled with pages and pages singing men praises, male names, male acclaim tales and tales of male fame.
You, shaking in the sheets, where you weep, unable to translate the dream or ease the pain, your tears a river, as you walk away or choose to stay, where it's awkward, uncomfortable, unfathomable. Because of you, someone has more light, is safer, sees beauty, speaks up and stands strong, makes peace, causes trouble, laughs louder, whispers better, makes art. Because of you. Why are you here? Go deeper. Past the relationships, the fear, the causes, the fights. Past the worry-filled nights, the bills, the house, the career. You are here to feel the wind currents only you will ever feel. To place your hands on concrete solid real. To move objects with your will. Powerful. Wave in the ocean, unique moment, conscious breath, snowflake in God's hand, grain of sand, DNA strand. To those who feel dead or continually forget, lifeless paper blown by divine breath, you are valuable. To love is to dare, to feel is to vibrate, to listen is to hold and let go, to bear witness is to record in language untold. A child remembers that she has never heard this moment before. Joy and grief washing through small human systems remind us that we are all the same. Streams of love flowing in muddy boots. Sink deep or cut loose and let the breeze take you. Morph into something new, my God. You are beautiful in every incarnation of you. The ache, the wrinkle, the wound, the crevice, the spilling out, the places that crack or run from the light. You are a recording and a flash impressed on the universe's eye. There is no one like you, for there is someone who loves you. So, wash the earth with tears, carry universes in heart, fight the death with glory. Little ones nest at your feet, or live in the places where you used to be, or pass you in the street. You make a difference by letting yourself truly be. So, breathe.
This next poem is entitled Self-Portrait, and it is by David Lynch. There was a time when I had silver visions. They were large and small. The small visions twinkled and sparkled like jewels. I wanted to epoxy them to my nose so I could see them 60 times a minute. The large visions would come into my esophagus, and I would think about all the animals I had known and the pheromone, which at the time weren't apparent, weren't even married. As they were only 9 at the time, it was sweet. The way they crawled on the wall, I never put it together until later that this was a Friday, like today.
Shabari as muse. I welcome the ropes, red tight lines across my wrists, marking the places where my words want to leave me. My muse, her hands bind me not by naught, summon my truth. My body convulses beneath her weight, an altar to her urgency. I am pinned in this moment, caught between ache and need. The bed beneath us writhes, a tempest made flesh, and I am carried by the current of her command. I am a siren. The salt of the sea clings to my thighs. The tide parts my legs. The waves claim me. 2. Ocean and Muse. The waves rise, crest with tension. My muse commands, her pull, a hand sliding down my spine. She coaxes, the water sways, stretches, breaks. Each surge forges forward. The arc of my back lifts. The undertow grips the shoreline, retreats, returns, strikes with insistence. A fluid mimicry of bodies clashing. The spray, fine and salty, clings to my skin. It catches the moonlight. Each bead finds my undulation. The water's depths heave, pulse in earth's marrow. A voltaic core breaks every swell. My mermaid hips grind against the rocks. A fierce collision catches in the throat, and it becomes my moan.
I only recently found out what FOMO meant. It's an acronym for fear of missing out. And like I do with a whole bunch of things, I just turned it into a funny poem in my head. This is FOMO of what's happening in my roomo. Even when I'm laughing out loud at a party, I'm usually inside my own head, wondering what I'd be doing if I had stayed home instead. Oh, the fear of missing out on all the cool things happening there, like my easy chair still being easy without me leaning my head back into the air. Out here, there are people arguing and fighting, but what's my writing desk doing right now without me sitting there and writing? I know I'm out here in the world doing all the things I should be doing, but back there's a universe of words I should be cutting and then gluing. There's the special pen that's a magical pillow that whispers new poems to me when I lay down my head, but I'm out here at a bar lured by lurid sirens to where they've led. Someone just secretly signed me up to do some karaoke, but I wonder what my moves would be if I was dancing alone in my kitchen and singing to myself in a low key. Yes, even when I'm laughing out loud at a party, I'm usually inside my own head, wondering what I'd be doing if I had stayed home instead.
When did I start to cry at weddings? Was it when the towers fell? When 6 teachers and 20 first graders woke up one morning and went to school? When the lights are dimmed and the bass is pumped and the pills are passed around in the frat house? Or when the door of the boxcar of the train closes and the beast stays hungry? Or perhaps it was when the tiny particle of me that flew towards the sun when the air was on fire in Nagasaki, is still lost over Atlantis, hoping to find rest under forgotten kingdoms. We are all looking at her with ridiculous hope. It escapes through muscle and bone and water, and flutters across continents like monarchs, leaves footprints in wind, and is inhaled by girls in Pakistan who hide their books and papers. She is wrapped in lace and tulle, silks and prayers and songs, and children carrying leaf and petal stems. When did I first begin to collapse, watching her ascend toward him? Why does this marriage transport me to the eternal spring that ruptures and pushes and blooms into an insufferable beauty? And when the priest, shaman, chief, pastor, calls for my amen, my blessing, my chant, calls for me to raise my hand, my voice, my arms, calls for me to kneel at the altar of the lovers, I am as devoted as any pilgrim would be to the goddess. How can I not look at her? Her light fills me, blinds me. Through her, I too ascend. I too become a bright light. I return to the silent joy far in the travels of space, where my mother now lives, where I will forever be in love with my poet savior. I do not have to wait like the Ferlinghetti lovers. Through her, I am the great indelible poem. And the souls of children and teachers and girls not allowed to read, and the towers that sink into the sky, and the beast that will always stay hungry will come forth to the goddesses of all new nations. And we will dance, and we will cry.
One of my favorite poets of the moment is Jose Olivares. He's a poet out of Chicago and Ivy educated, and I think lives in New York, but does amazing work. And this is from his book called Promises of Gold, and it's called Ode to Tortillas. There's two ways to be a Mexican writer that we've discovered so far. You can be the Mexican writer who writes about tortillas, or you could be the Mexican writer who writes about croissants instead of tortillas on their plate. Can you be a Mexican writer if you're allergic to corn? There's two ways to be a Mexican writer that are true and tested. You can write about migration, or you can write about migration. Can you be a Mexican writer if you never migrated, if your family never migrated? There's two ways to be a Mexican writer that you can translate from Spanish, or you can translate from Spanish, or you can refuse to translate altogether. There's only one wound in the Mexican writer's imagination, and it's the wound of the chancla. It's the wound of birria, being sold out at the taco truck. It's the wound of too many dolores and not enough dollars. It can be argued that there are all these chanclazos. Even death is a chanclazo. There's only one miracle gifted to Mexicans, and it is the miracle of never running out of cheap beer. It's the miracle of never running out of bad jokes. There's infinite ways to eat a tortilla, made in the ancient ways by hand and warmed on a comal made with corn or with Taco Bell plastic. What about flour tortillas? Flour tortillas count if you ask San Antonio. My people, I am Polly with the tortillas. You can eat tortillas with your hands or roll them up and dip them in caldo like your mom does. You can eat them with a fork and a knife like my bougie cousins do. What bougie cousins? I made them up for the purpose of this poem. You can eat tortillas in tacos or warmed up by microwave and drizzled with butter. Tortillas con arroz, tortillas con frijoles, tortillas flipped by hand or tortillas flipped with a spatula, tortillas with eggs for breakfast, tortillas fried and sprinkled with sugar for dessert, hard-shell tortillas, gluten-free tortillas for our mixed family. We are all discovering new ways to fold a tortilla, to cut a tortilla up, or transform a tortilla into new worlds, to feed each other with tortillas. My people, if I have children, I will teach them about tortillas. But I'm sure that they'll want McDonald's.
Close your eyes and imagine that you are a tree. Imagine your roots going down into the earth. Your roots are where you come from. Think about the places and people you grew up with. Do you have any favorite memories? These remain with us. I think about my parents, my grandparents, my city. I think about my ancestors who lived on this land and those who came from overseas. Now imagine the ground around you. This is where you spend your time on a daily basis. What are the things you choose to be a part of? Who are the people you see every day? I think of my writing groups and the classrooms where we create art. I also think of my garden. Feel the trunk of your tree standing strong and tall. Your trunk is your values. Think of what's important to you and how you make decisions. I value creative freedom and the right for all people to use their authentic voice. I value compassion, play, and lifelong learning. Feel your branches reaching out and up to the sky. Your branches are your dreams and your goals. What hopes do you have for your future? What goals have you set for yourself? I think of the stories I want to share with the world and my wish to create a beautiful sanctuary in my own home. Imagine the leaves, the flowers, and the fruit on your branches. Your leaves on your tree are the people you care about, whom you're attached to. Spend a minute thinking about the important people in your world. I think of my son, my family, my friends, my students, and my teachers. Feel the flowers in your branches. What color are your flowers? Your flowers are the important gifts you've received from others. I've received my tendency to dream from my parents and my fiery spirit from both sides of my family, and I've received wisdom and insight from my teachers. What kind of fruit do you see on your branches? Your fruit is your legacy. A legacy is what you give to the world. What is it that you want to contribute to the world? I want to leave words and stories that other people can relate to. I want to use my words to bring light. Over to the side is a compost pile. This is where all the stuff that isn't so great has the chance to be transformed into something else, something nourishing. What's in your compost pile? I think about my sadness for people who have passed. I think about how we're fighting for justice and equality in our nation. I think about tragic events I had no control over. I think about mistakes I've learned from. Now feel life energy flowing from the earth into your roots, through your trunk, up into your branches, into your leaves and fruit and flowers. You are a gift to the world just because you exist. Thank you for being you.
She steps lightly through the doorway, escorted by her two lovers. Someone, I think it was avarice, moved the chair away from the head of the table so that she could stand there. 25 blacks are meanwhile baked in the sun after being taken by cholera on a moonlight ride. She approaches the head of the table. Stupidity is lighting all the candles, giggling quietly and burning fingers. 17 youths are arraigned for disrupting the peace at a get-together party. They are sentenced later to life. She is now preparing to blow out the candles.
Unfortunately, nobody shares the same vision as me. When they look to the streets, death and demise is all that they see. If they look through my eyes at the skies, what a prize it would be. But unfortunately, nobody seems to know what it means to envision the best, put down the rest, and follow your dreams. We get so caught up in the testing and touching and swallowing things, we forget to slow down, to notice the path that we've been following. The edges of life fall into the abyss, so stay in the middle. And unfortunately, my point will be missed, at least by a little. Because unfortunately, no one sees what I see, that reality's brittle. It's not a fixed state. At first you're committed, then comes the acquittal. Life is a flow. Don't get caught in the trickle. And unfortunately, all of the kids are attached to a screen. And unfortunately, nobody's screening the things that they see. And unfortunately, nobody's screaming about this in the streets. Because everyone's tired and distracted by the caged bird who sings. And unfortunately, that's probably all that you're making of me. Unfortunately, no one sees through the eyes of the visionary. Because it's more than my voice, more than your ears or the stage that's between. It's deciding together that despite the dark weather, the sunshine's coming. We're allowed to breathe in and breathe out and enjoy a few things. But we're all a bit busy, making ourselves a bit dizzy, unfortunately.
This is the poem At the Bomb Testing Site by the great American poet William Stafford. At noon in the desert, a panting lizard waited for history, its elbows tense, watching the curve of a particular road as if something might happen. It was looking at something farther off than people could see, an important scene acted in stone for little selves at the flute end of consequences. There was just a continent without much on it, under a sky that never cared less, ready for a change. The elbows waited. The hands gripped hard on the desert.
Yep, here we go.
A magician before birth, you entered my dreams, foretelling the force of your appearance, a true natural act of God. Sleeping, I wasn't prepared, fashioning a shoebox and towel into your first bed and blanket. And true to premonition, you pushed your way up while midwife wrestled with gloves and bustling nurses prepared a warm bed and lamp for your entrance. I was solid, yet quaking, like the earth cracking under the shifts of heat, and at the core of my being you rumbled and moved, forceful magma rocking the depths of the ocean into a tsunami. And I knew who I was, for a moment, ancient and brand new, never again and always been, like the transformation of a new star from a nebula already bright. You rushed forth from the deep, still liquid somehow, like lava cooling, an unexpected miracle, like a burning diamond newly transformed from humble coal. Shock and fusion at the formation, soft, splitting the sky with screams, an alarm that everything had changed in one moment, like the decimated landscape of a shore after the massive waves have washed away and settled into a soft, soft sound of rhythmic beating, your breathing, In a chest mafic rock solid, so dense I could barely carry you. The taste of iron in my mouth as I stared in amazement at the stargazer in my hands. The purest intention of my being from the deepest ocean of my dreaming.
Tremendous advancements in the area of daily living. No one is complaining at all. What about you? Do you want to say anything negative? If you do, stand in line number 643, fill out forms H211, 212, 645, and 552 in triplicate, and turn them in at lane 0144 in the office of Terrible Purpose between the hours of 8 and 9:30 a.m. If you need assistance, next. Forget about it. Next.
So this is a poem also about sorrow number 2, which is when the Virgin was told to leave the country in the middle of the night to save her child's life. And this poem is called Non-Count Nouns, which as an English teacher, I've had to learn, who teaches people who are learning English, I've had to learn this concept of the non-count noun, which is the word for a noun, a thing that can't be counted, like salt, for example. And this poem also uses 2 words that are part of the language of trees and agriculture, xylem and phloem. And this is part of the tree's vascular system. The xylem moves the water around the tree, and the phloem moves the sugar throughout the body of the tree. So, non-count nouns. Sorrow is no twist of words. You were frightened when he was born. We all mothers are. And if I pray this right, I am to understand you suffer from my sins, which cause your son to leave my heart. No, he is threaded into the knitting of mine. He said so, and does not leave my breath, nor the xylem and the phloem of my body, nor my thunderous coronary chambers, hemmed for centuries to yours. Priests and praying tias say my guilt for his sins is your bath and your wound and your balm. For sorrow number 2 is a non-count noun, an impossible to count noun, like sugar, like the drowned mothers with babies tied to their backs. Your secret flight to Egypt, a miracle. I'd prefer to give you an honest animal howl, a flinging aside of the slothful and whimpering thoughts and prayers. Join your powers to the non-count mothers who flee all the Mexicos and all the Haitis and all the Gazas, the Ukraines, the Africas, all the occupied places, the incoming bombs, the past and future school shootings, all the mothers who leave with their live and not live children hidden in the darkness to escape the unfit, husbands, rulers, unfettered bullets, the impoverished no saben de nada powers.
I spoke with a prophet, Khalil Gibran, and he had some words on children. And I think this message is for the children as well as their parents. He writes, "And a woman who held a babe against her bosom said, 'Speak to us of children.' And he said, 'Your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life longing for itself. They come through you, but not from you. And though they are with you, yet they belong not to you. You may give them your love, but not your thoughts, for they have their own thoughts. You may house their bodies, but not their souls, for their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow, which you cannot visit, not even in your dreams. You may strive to be like them, but seek not to make them like you. For life goes not backward nor tarries with yesterday. You, parents, are the bows from which your children as living arrows are sent forth. The archer sees the mark upon the path of the infinite, and he bends you with his might, that his arrows may go swift and far. Let your bending in the archer's hand be for gladness. For even as he loves the arrow that flies, so he loves also the bow that is stable." Thank you.
Greetings, I'm Andrea Vocab Sanderson, San Antonio Poet Laureate, 2020 through 2023. Accompanying me on Djembe today is Zach Jewell. This first piece I'm going to do is called The Nouveau, and it's French for the new. Let's roll. Bada boom bap. Yeah. I'm Favism in the 21st century. Spark waves of expressive energy. I create the nouveau. Prototype, protege, renaissance, the remix. Critics give me high praise, equate me to the grayscale. Raise the value, more dopeness per volume. Stanzas lightly perfumed, although I spray you with the deluge. Flood the museums of the mind. I'm like the Louvre by design. Columns at my spine. Pyramided waistline, stained glass eyes. Watch the elements combine. Pattern, shapes, textures, lines, and harmony over melody. Beats sound so sweet. My sessions took flight from turbulent heights, right off the precipice. It's all greatness from my debut to my latest. Watch me shape shift the narrative. Highest ingenuity by comparison. Fly me out to Paris for the unveiling. Yeah. Check the course right here. I'm art in motion. Watch me move. I'm art in motion. I found my groove. Watch out how I dip my pain. You can see me demonstrate. Vibrant pieces I curate. Watch me move. Yeah. Avant-garde be my brush strokes, tertiary metaphor, slaver on the canvas. She loving how my paint pours. Primary, secondary, the mind sees prisms. Illuminate your spectrum when I color you with wisdom. I've been studying the masters. I think I found my form. Perfecting my craft, following a path reborn. Like Donatello or Matisse, I'm cutting out my masterpiece. Call it jazz, color splash, hi-hats and cymbals crash. Catch me on my new wave, all on my Depeche Mode. 80s baby, after all, collage of funk and disco. Art contempo be my flow, a
adapt the landscape over time. Hip-hop beat my mental spray, influence over minds. Not amused by the sign, symmetry, soulfully defined. Curved, slurred lines, never blurred while I'm sketching out my rhymes. You surveilling from the sidelines while I'm out here getting mine. I'm art in motion, watch me move. I'm art in motion, I found my groove. Watch out how I dip my pain. You can see me demonstrate. Vibrant pieces I curate. Watch me move. Yeah, yeah. Watch me move.
I have the great honor and privilege, asked by her, by Rosemary Katakolos before she passed, to be her literary executor. It means that I get to spend time with Rose's poems, and eventually there will be a volume entitled Sing of Rose's unpublished poems. I'm working on it even now. But even before that, in April of this year, from the University of Houston's Unsung Masters series and Pleiades Press, there will be a book that I'm co-editing with Maha Abed called Unsung Masters, The Life and Work of Rosemary Katakolos, which includes poems, both published and unpublished. It includes a beautiful foreword by Naomi Shihab Nye. It includes a conversation with Irene Lara Silva and Carmen Tafolla about Rose Katakolos as the first Latina Texas Poet Laureate. They both say they never thought it would happen. And Rose says to Carmen that they only named me because they thought I was Greek. The book is filled with great material and is a real tribute to Rose. So I get the privilege of reading Red Dirt, Atascosa County, Texas, by Rose Katakolos. En memoria, Rafael Peñalosa Macedo. If in a field of wild sweet smells, if digging peanuts in red dirt, if the comadre in the shack at the head of the bend of the road brings her 6 children out to whistle and wave, if the old horse is not ours, if the red boots take the tia dancing but not to the altar, if the trails the cows make in the mesquite brush, if the mystery of the farm just across where the man does not speak and sits in the sun with his eyes shut and arms he can't lift, hanging at his sides, still as his children's rusty swings. If the terror of the bull's red eyes in the night it charges the flimsy wood cart where we sleep, if one day Carlos falls from the horse that is not ours and has to see an Anglo doctor in Divine who doesn't much care, if the children dream hideouts and labyrinths on the trails the cows make in mesquite brush, if no one can find the lone child who believes there is nothing so safe as sunlight, how it touches everything, but not the wrong way. If digging peanuts, if growing castor beans for chicken feed, if digging and digging the well, if the grandfather believed that this would save them, if the city, if it's broken glass, if the struggle makes good people do bad things, if you can breathe when you say this, if the Herefords' white faces hide in the Tool fog by their waterhole until someone staring hard can make them out. If a man who can't move his arms smiles when his closed eyelids blaze red inside each time the sun comes out from behind a cloud. If he noticed this when he was a child, if it helps at all, if digging peanuts, the sharp clod of red dirt bruises your haunches when you fall back off your ankles into the high blue sky, if you laugh, if years later you buy red boots and set out to find the grandfather's favorite tree, ancient, broad live oak standing alone in the middle of the widest field in all 16 acres meant to save us. If passing the empty shack at the head of the road, you wave, you, by God, whistle.
Packed up and moved to the belly of the beast. Beast. Packed up and moved to the belly of the beast. Beast. Packed up and moved to the belly of the beast. Beast. For a better life and a chance of being free. Me vine a vivir a la cuña del lobo. Lobo. Me vine a vivir a la cuña del lobo. Lobo. Me vine a vivir a la cuña del lobo. Lobo. For a better life and a chance of being free. Manifest destiny, step to me and getting the best of me, colonizing all continents and VOC history. What about women's health and equal wages? This is an age when the masses bake free from our cages, cause there's still no diversity in circles of power. 99% frustration growing fierce by the hour. If you're exploiting my gente, you're exploiting me. The revolution isn't over till we all are free. Packed up and moved to the belly of the beast. Beast. Packed up and moved to the belly of the beast. Beast. Packed up and moved to the belly of the beast. Beast. For my civil rights and a chance of being free. Me vine a vivir a la cuña del lobo. Lobo. Me vine a vivir a la cuña del lobo. Lobo. Me vine a vivir a la cuña del lobo. Lobo. For a better life and a chance of being free. This land was Mexican once, indigenous always, and will be again. This land was Mexican once, indigenous always, and will be again. Abuelito, abuelito, guíame. Abuelita, abuelita, protégeme. Sigo adelante siempre en tu nombre, en tu nombre. Abuelito, abuelito, guíame. Abuelita, abuelita, protégeme. Sigo adelante siempre en tu nombre, en tu nombre. Packed up and moved to the belly of the beast. Beast. Packed up and moved to the belly of the beast. Beast. Packed up and moved to the belly of the beast. Beast. For a living wage and a chance of being free. Me vine a vivir a la cuña del lobo. Lobo. Me vine a vivir a la cuña del lobo. Lobo. Me vine a vivir a la cuña del lobo. Lobo. For a better life and a chance of being free. This land was Mexican once, indigenous always, and will be again.
This land was Mexican once, indigenous always, and will be again. It will be again. This land was Mexican once, indigenous always, and will be again. It will be again. This land was Mexican once, indigenous always, and will be again.
I was asked to select a poem by a poet who I admired greatly. And I selected one of my generation, the poet laureate, or I should say the Nobel laureate of poetry, of literature, Bob Dylan. And I'd like to read to you All Along the Watchtower. I think it's germane to the situation that we're facing now, and even more so offers some consolation as well as some thoughts of where we're headed and perhaps what type of apocalyptic times that we are living through at this time as well. So here goes. All Along the Watchtower. There must be some way out of here, said the joker to the thief. There's too much confusion. I can't get no relief. Businessmen, they drink my wine. Plowmen, they dig my earth. None of them along the line know what any of it is worth. No reason to get excited, the thief, he kindly spoke. There are many here among us who feel life is but a joke. But you and I, we've been through that, and that is not our fate. So let us not talk falsely now. The hour is getting late. All along the watchtower, Princess kept the view, while all the women came and went, barefoot servants too. Outside, in the distance, a wildcat did growl. 2 riders were approaching, and the wind began to howl. Muchas gracias. Stay safe. Stay well. Peace.
This next poem is entitled I Love You Like, and is dedicated to my wife. I love you like a poem that needs to be rewritten 1,000 times, edited down to the bare bones. I love you like British people love scones, like protesters love megaphones. I love you like camera phones love to capture pictures of your flawless grace, Well, at least mine does. Because every phase that we go through, luxury. Tipping our glasses, sipping on the moment. I love you like thorns love roses. I love you like I don't care who notice. I love you like Buddhist monks loves to focus. I love you like a person born with a billion arms loves to give hugs. I love you like too many hugs. I love you like bugs like to cuddle in rugs. I love you like holy moly, I must be blessed. I love you like hallelujah, all praise to the most highest. I love you like shine. I love you like light. I'm talking illuminating the room, consuming all that there is, banishing the darkness to the place it once was before I loved you. I love you like water, flowing in every crevice, nourishing every blemish. I love you like balance in the elements, earth as we grow, tender to the seeds, branching out, hoping to never see a season without one another. I've been through all of this, so lately I've been seeing so much in you that you've been doing so well that they should call you butter. Because of course, you're on a roll. I love you like nerdy kids like to get a honor roll. I love you like soccer coaches love to see their kids score a goal. I love you like late night lo-fi Nintendo. Sometimes it's the simplest things that bring about enormous awakening for us to realize the ultimate truth that only now is real and how beautiful it is to notice. In the nose, out the mouth we breathe. I love you like the way we breathe. I love you like my lungs love air. I love you like eyes love to stare at you as you casually put on your morning makeup. I love the way the moon likes to stay up in the sky on nights when it feels as though there's nothing better to do than getting better with you. I love you like cocoons love butterfly. I love you like scientists love to magnify. I love you like magnets love to magnetize. I love you like magicians love to mesmerize. I love you like spelling bee champions love to memorize. I love you with too many lines, like it was Valentine's Day every day. If it was up to me, we could cut up a million pieces into heart-shaped pieces and cut them into confetti. We could play the pain away, pray the pain away. I love you like sometimes I forget the pain it takes to be human, the heartache, the abandonment. After everything I've been through, to be here standing firmly with you is truly a miracle. I love you like miracles love any old day. I love you like the way angels love to see us pray. I love you like the light loves to shine too bright for any of that darkness to creep in. I love you like my bones love this skin, like the devil loves sin. I love you like God loves to see righteous action, so I'm acting as if I'm him, waking up each day getting a glimpse of the person I'm supposed to be for you. So I stand a bit taller, a little bit harder I work, speak a little bit clearer, fighting each day, writing each line, painting each piece, protecting our peace. I love you like days love weeks, like poets love to speak. I love you like rosy red blush loves your cheeks, especially when I list all the ways that I love you.
This is called the ABCs of poetry. Amazing appetite, aiding all ailments. Beautiful, bountiful banquet of bellies. Can't care constantly, coughing up the catalyst, daring to detonate, donating dime bags, efforts exhaust eventually, even out the entryway, forced fire finesse, feeling fine frightfully, gimme ghosts and ghouls, gaining up and granting, hiccup highway hindrance, highly hitting helicopters, imitating immigrants, imagining intelligence, just join joist, joust, jeans, janky Jennifer, kindly night the kites, keeping canopies a kindler, longing lust lights up, lingering, listeners, mostly muster memories, making men messengers, nothing needs nurturing, nevertheless we nurture needs. Optimism obliterates opportunities openly, propaganda panda, puncturing the photosphere, quiet, quaint, quizzed face, can't quite quarantine, renovate the revolution, regulate repopulation, strategic Senator sends soft salutations. Tragedy triggers trains of thought transparently. Universal underground, the utter utilitarianism. Vital vitamins, very volume of validity. Working while you weed out who's wondering what Wanda thinks. Xerox the exoneration. Exit Xanax xylophones. You yearn for yesterday. You yonder yearly, yes. Zoinked to Zen states, zipping up the zealousness.
Every year we read a poem by another poet that we admire, and I chose this poem, Abuelita's Casita by Brianna Nelise Byers, who is 17 years old, because it was one of my favorite poems that we published last year in the San Antonio Public Library's Young Pegasus Poetry Contest winning anthology. It's just a beautiful piece that I think other youngsters could use as a beautiful example of how to write and present a beautiful memory. This piece is well written, and it struck me to my core in how beautiful the remembrance of this young lady was, and about the life of her grandmother. This is called Abuelita's Casita. Children don't take up much space. A lesson I learned as my small legs bounced and the pillowy mattress squeaked beneath me. The soft smell of my grandmother's perfume invaded the sensitive tissues of my nostrils, who tickled in reaction. But how could I complain as the Tejano music of my lively grandmother echoed from the enchanting kitchen, and the echoes of my grandfather's chants, his prayers as he pleaded to an unmerciful God to save his soul. The cold and dusty wood shocked the skin of my feet, and the mahogany counter that was 2 times too big has grown old and is 2 times too small. The tortillas no longer burn on the comal, ballooning with traditions no longer confidential. The mantequilla is no longer hot and warm, dripping down the sides of my small mouth. The dining room counter on which I played for years is no longer covered in dolls and ponies, but piles of bills and stacks of pills. But remnants of who she was, the beauty she was in her prime, are still branded into the white walls of the home. Her beautiful ceramics, frozen for eternity, stand uncracked, a dust coat long forgotten, as the bride is forever entranced with her groom. The laughter of children no longer coats the framework of this place, but the sound of slippers shuffling on worn-out wood does. A home now lays quiet, and the clack of a cane is what hammers out the phantoms of death scattering about. Her Tejano music no longer plays, only telenovelas reciting their escapades on low, as I slowly realize that my abuelita's casita is slowly dying out.
I'm not what you would call a freestyler poet, but one October I went to a friend of mine's bridal shower in McAllen, Texas. And my dad's people are from the Valley, he's from far Texas. And so I grew up going to South Padre Island most of my youth. And I remember when it was still pretty barren. And if you drive all the way north to the end of the island, there's a barrier, right? It was there when I was a kid, 5 years old. It's still there. And I used to call it the end of the world. And no matter when we would go there, there might be a few people here and there, but for the most part, it was pretty desolate. And I always imagined this is exactly what it looked like when explorers were coming and docking their ships. And the last time I went there was a lot of people there, a lot of cars lined up on the road. And I thought, there's a lot of people here at the end of the world. I wonder what's going on. So this poem is called The End of the World, and it's my last poem. There's too many people here at the end of the world. Tracks, cars, feet that lead straight into the ocean. The dunes continue to speak seconds after tracks have been laid, and there's just too many people here at the end of the world. And I am one of them. Cars lined up for blocks, yet I continue to trek like the others to the end of the world. I wonder if people come out here to die because it's so beautiful. And today is the day I have chosen not to die.
Like the books soaring above me, I hope that Mega Corazón has given you the freedom to fly. It was a wonderful curation, wonderful poets, wonderful performances. I would like to thank the people who have supported us through the years, and that is the City of San Antonio, Friends of URBAN-15, and the Texas Commission on the Arts. They have helped us over the years bring you Mega Corazón. It has brought the world a great, great collection of poetry. Thank you.